Chapter 185. From time to time, clouds would float across the sky, bringing some shade to the ship. The ship would stop at the pier for a period of time, as people boarded and disembarked. In the blink of an eye, 11 days had passed. Pei Ziyun and Ren Wei had become familiar with each other. Pei Ziyun's cabin was huge, and he often brought out some cold dishes, a flask of wine and a plate of peanut. The two of them would sit down and chat, compose poems or discuss the meaning of the scriptures. A flask of wine was placed on top of a small coal stove, and the fragrance of the wine permeated the air. Pei Ziyun took a sip and laughed. Be careful when you are alone. This scripture says to be careful when you are alone. A wise man once said, be careful when you are alone, and the sincerity of great learning is something you must work hard on, and not miss out on. These words may seem profound, but to put it bluntly, it's very simple. One cannot be loyal, or else one's family will be exterminated. One cannot be unfilial, or else one's reputation will be tarnished. One cannot be righteous, or else one cannot be benevolent, or else one will not have a good ending. Hence, under the pressure of society, one cannot be loyal, filial, or benevolent. At the very least, one must be loyal, filial, and benevolent in order to survive. But is this what you truly want? When you are alone and no one sees you, do you still think this way? Pei Ziyun laughed. In his previous life, when he was in the company, who dared to say that he was a traitor to his boss, or that he was a traitor to his colleagues, or that he was a heartless person to his girlfriend? But on the internet, no one knew if he was a dog or a cat, and naturally he would reveal his true self. I am a scum, a traitor to my friends, and a heartless person to my girlfriend. Would you bite me? This was the meaning of being alone in the modern world. He sighed and said, being alone means that when there is no pressure to force you, you will reveal your true self. Are you still loyal, filial, and benevolent? If you can do this, then you are the great learning. Ren Wei listened in a daze. These few days, Ren Wei's admiration for Pei Ziyun had grown day by day, and he felt that Pei Ziyun was extraordinary. Many of Pei Ziyun's viewpoints were in line with Ren Wei's. Ren Wei tossed his chopsticks aside and sighed. These words are almost like that of a sage. Brother Pei's understanding of the scriptures is far above mine. If I can't pass the grand examinations, could it be that you won't either? Pei Ziyun didn't reply. He stood up and pushed open the window. As soon as he did, a gust of wind blew into the room. He then looked out at the water and said, I've read Brother Ren's essay and have some thoughts. Brother Ren, do you want to listen? Hearing these words, Ren Wei raised his cup. Brother Pei, don't worry about me. Please speak. Classics and scientific research. In addition to the practical use of the world, there is also the theory of the classics. Although some things are useless to read, they are all steps to advance. Brother Ren is quite talented, it is just that you are a little rigid. If you can break through some of the stereotypes, it will be easy for you. Hearing these words, Ren Wei's eyes lit up as he stared at Pei Ziyun. Brother Pei is too kind. Brother Pei sees things more clearly than I do. You can definitely pass the grand examinations. Why don't you take the examinations, and instead choose to be an elementary scholar? Pei Ziyun poured himself a cup of wine and spoke after a long time. Being an official is tiring and tiring. If I make a mistake, I might be beheaded. I don't have a good ending. I prefer to be free and unfettered. When Ren Wei heard this, he picked up a peanut and chewed on it. He then laughed bitterly. Then I still need to be free and unfettered. Without riches and honor, how can I be free and unfettered? Life in this world is filled with unsatisfactory outcomes. How can one say anything bad about it? Pei Ziyun picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and paused before speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, silence ensued. Both of them continued drinking without speaking. We've reached the Crow's Head crossing, we've reached the Crow's Head crossing. Pei Ziyun saw that Ren Wei was about to disembark and followed him. Brother Ren, you've reached your hometown. You and I had a good talk. Let me send you off. Many thanks, Brother Pei, Renwei said as the both of them disembarked from the boat and stepped onto the pier. Renwei pointed and said, My house isn't far from here. Once they left the pier, there was a street that was about 100 meters long. There weren't many shops along the street, but there were a few restaurants, rice shops, and cloth shop. When they reached the end of the street, Renwei pointed to a house not far away and said, That's it. I've been receiving Brother Pei's hospitality on the boat for a long time. Please have a meal at my house. As he spoke, a young man rushed forward and bumped into him. Renwei felt that something was amiss. He reached out and grabbed the young man. Song where are you going? Hearing these familiar words, the young man who had his head bowed looked up and realized that the person in front of him was his father. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he hurriedly said, Father, bad news, bad news. He spoke in a hurry and was confused. Hearing his son's anxious voice, Renwei was flustered and asked, Song you're in such a hurry. Did something happen at home? Don't be anxious, speak slowly. Father, you're finally back. The young man ran forward and hugged his father before crying out loud, Father, I was just about to go to the streets to look for Uncle, to ask for some help. The last time, Mother borrowed 9 taels of silver to treat Big Brother's illness. Who knew that the money lord was so vicious and deceitful? Now that it's been a few months, he wants to borrow 36 taels of silver. We don't have any money at home. He came to collect the debt and said that he wants to take away our 3 mu of land. Mother is preparing to sell her dowry. I want to go to the streets to look for Uncle, to see if I can help. Hearing these words, Renwei's face turned pale. He thought about his status as an elementary scholar and gritted his teeth. Song follow me home and we'll talk. Yes, father. The young man finally had a pillar of support, and the 3 of them walked towards the house. Not far from the house, they heard a commotion. A large group of people had gathered at the entrance to watch the commotion. Some of them couldn't find a good spot and were leaning against the wall to look inside. Seeing this situation, Renwei's face changed as he took large strides forward. When the crowd saw that it was Renwei, some of them avoided him. Some of them didn't recognize him and said, Debts must be repaid, it's only right and proper. As they got closer, they could smell a foul stench. There was quite a bit of feces on the wall. Several burly men were crowding around. One of them was a tall and sturdy man who was holding onto a wooden stool. He looked at the mother and son coldly. Inside the room was a young man with a pale face. It was unclear if he was frightened or sick, but he kept coughing. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw a woman dressed in plain clothes holding some jewelry as she spoke. The burly man looked at her and said, Your jewelry is worth at most 5 taels of silver. You still have 31 taels of silver to pay your debt. If you can't pay your debt, your cow, the deed to your house, and the land will belong to me. The lady begged, Sir Qian, these ornaments were brought by my family. They are all high-quality goods. They are worth at least 30 taels of silver. I'm not lying to you. You must believe me. Tomorrow I will go and change them. After that, I will return them to you. Without the cow, the house, and the land, you and I will be hounded to death. The tall and sturdy Sir Qian gave a cold hum. If it weren't for the fact that you have an elementary scholar in your family, I would have collected the money long ago and chased you out. I've already given you a few more days. How much longer do you want to drag this out? Pei Ziyun and Renwei had just walked in when they heard these words. Renwei took a few steps forward and shouted, Sir Qian, you're so impressive. The Sir Qian was taken aback and stood up. He looked around before saying, So it's the elementary scholar Ren who's back. Your wife borrowed 38 taels of silver. I'm here to collect the debt. When the lady saw Renwei, her eyes lit up, husband. The Sir Qian's attitude changed as he laughed coldly. Debts must be repaid, it's only right and proper. Even if I go to the authorities, I will still be able to do so. Elementary scholar Ren, it's good that you're back. Return the money and everything will be fine. If not, don't blame us for confiscating your fields, houses, and cows. Here are 10 taels of silver. Take it. As for the rest of the money, I will return it to you later. Renwei took out 10 taels of silver. The serene paused before laughing out. These 10 taels of silver can only be counted as interest. If you don't return it today, the interest will increase again next month. Renwei's face flushed red as he asked, "How much interest?" The man replied, 9 out of 10, and the interest will be doubled every month. I'm only borrowing this amount because of you, elementary scholar. Qin Xiu, is what he said true? Renwei looked at his wife and asked. When the woman heard her husband's words, her face darkened. I've been cheated. Initially, I only wanted to borrow 9 taels of silver, and the interest would be 2 taels a month. I thought I would be able to return it when my husband sends the money back. I didn't expect that the interest of 2 taels a month would suddenly double. Song'er stepped forward. Father, I know about this as well. Mother was cheated. Let me take a look at the receipt. When Renwei heard this, he was infuriated as he glared at the serene. The serene took out a slip of paper and placed it on the table. Renwei was about to take it when the serene laughed coldly and took it back. Elementary scholar, after you've returned the money, you can take it back. If not, I'm afraid you'll tear it to shreds. The serene took the 10 taels of silver and was about to leave when Pei Ziyun stepped forward and stretched out a hand to stop him. Wait. The serene was a ruffian, and was about to fly into a rage. However, when he saw Pei Ziyun, he felt a little frustrated and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Pei Ziyun was a high scholar, and had killed countless people. Furthermore, he had cultivated Tao art. This wasn't just about his temperament. He stared at the serene before smiling. So it's just a mere 38 taels of silver. What's so special about that? Pei Ziyun turned around and looked at Renwei. Brother Ren, the last time you wrote me an article, I forgot to return the money to you. You're too stubborn. Even when I'm in trouble, you don't rush me. As he finished speaking, he took out 2 banknotes and handed it to Renwei. Renwei looked at it and saw that it was 50 taels of silver each. The total was 100 taels of silver. He immediately understood that Pei Ziyun was trying to help him. Just as he was about to reject him, Pei Ziyun clapped his hands and said, My nephew looks tired. As a father, you should take care of yourself. If not, your body might break down, and that would be bad. Hearing these words, Renwei's face turned red and was speechless. He then heard Pei Ziyun say, Brother Ren, I have something to attend to. The boat doesn't wait for people, and I have to leave now. Let's meet again in the future and have a drink. As he finished speaking, he patted the serene's shoulder and smiled. Don't be so unforgiving. The heavens are watching, and retribution is just around the corner. As he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Renwei's wife, who had been looking gloomy, now had a bright glow in her eyes. The crowd around them started discussing amongst themselves. Say, elementary scholar Ren is really rich now. What kind of article did he write? It's worth 100 taels of silver. As Pei Ziyun walked out, someone ran up to him and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Master Top Scorer. In the future, I, Renwei, will definitely repay you. Oh, you knew it was me? Pei Ziyun paused. In the beginning, I didn't know. But we've known each other for about 10 days. You're so young, and you're proficient in poetry and literature. You're able to understand the current situation. You're able to comment on shipping, customs, and military affairs. You're talented, and you can even sing on the boat. In this world, I'm afraid only Master Top Scorer can do this. Renwei said. Actually, when it comes to talent, I'm average. I've only had a few fortuitous encounters. You don't have to send me off. I'll take my leave now, and we'll meet again in the future. Pei Ziyun then laughed and said, You're a scholar, and there are many things that are difficult to handle. I've already helped you deal with the ruffian. That man is now as fit as a bull. If he were to meet with wine and women, he would die instantly. You have nothing to worry about. Actually, I'm just using my talent to cause trouble. It's just that I'm still alive, and have no intention of becoming an official. Hence, I have to live a carefree life. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun didn't stay any longer. Looking at his disappearing silhouette, Renwei bowed deeply, and didn't stand up for a long time. He then sighed, "What an extraordinary man!" Chapter 186. When Pei Ziyun returned to the pier, the talisman his master had given him warmed up. The sky had darkened, and he could vaguely see a boat anchored in the water. The crowd on the pier had dispersed, and the owner of the boat was shouting for his passengers to return. Pei Ziyun entered his room and settled down. He then opened the talisman, and Yu Yunjun appeared. When she saw Pei Ziyun, she looked anxious and asked, "Where are you now?" Hearing her voice, Pei Ziyun sighed, "I am in Doan Prefecture, about 800 miles away from the sect. Master, I am still in exile. For you to summon me so hastily, did something happen?" Hearing this, Yu Yunjun looked at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun had put on some makeup, but his eyes and voice were familiar. His face looked completely different. Could it be that something happened to this kid? Yu Yunjun thought to herself, "When he returns, I shall ask him in detail." Thinking this way, she then said, "Something did happen. The patriarch received a bad omen, and is afraid that a calamity is about to befall the sect. Furthermore, there are many Taoists who have infiltrated the sect. I'm afraid that some unknown Taoist sects are planning to attack the sect. The sect is recalling its disciples. Pei Ziyun, you should come back quickly." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun was about to agree when he remembered the injustice the sect leader had done to him. He then said, "Master, I have been exiled for a year, and cannot return to the sect. I dare not return to the mountain." Pei Ziyun's expression was filled with resentment, as he was unhappy with the way the sect had handled him. Seeing this, Yu Yunjun laughed. "Why are you still throwing a tantrum? Come back quickly. The punishment has been cancelled. This time, the patriarch has personally presided over this matter. Perhaps you can use this opportunity to be promoted to the honorary disciple position. This is a rare opportunity for you. Your sword skills are at its peak now." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun replied, "Yes, master, I understand. I shall return now." Yu Yunjun nodded her head. "Be careful when you return, there might be an ambush." "Thank you for your concern, master," Pei Ziyun replied. The talisman then dimmed and was deactivated. The moment the talisman was deactivated, Yu Yunjun walked to the window and looked out. She then rubbed her forehead. Her expression was somewhat gloomy. Although she had spoken casually, the battle between the Taoist sects was not only about the disciples, it was also a battle between the patriarchs. Yu Yunjun let out a long sigh. She would let the patriarchs worry about these things. All she had to do was protect Chu Xia and Pei Ziyun. The moment the talisman was shut, Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and pulled out the sword. The sword glinted with a cold light, as though it was red in color. Could it be Holy Jail sect, Dark Altar sect, or Xian Qing sect which I've offended before? Or could it be an alliance? Pei Ziyun could feel a sense of excitement spreading through his body. It's time for me to show off my skills again. It's a pity that I haven't completed the mission yet, but I should be done soon. The wind ruffled Pei Ziyun's long hair. Since that's the case, I'll remember to take a detour on the way back, and I'll be able to find a legacy. Then let's just take it. As he spoke, he called out again, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and quickly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. Mission: help the Crown Prince attack King Lu, and force Renwei to leave King Lu's palace. Incomplete. Forcing Renwei to leave King Lu's palace has been completed. However, the mission hasn't been completed yet. I'm guessing that the impact of King Lu's attack hasn't spread yet. Actually, I've only completed a third of the peace strategy. Emperor, status, court, and henchmen. The original peace strategy only stated that the crown prince had to do something about it. He had to quietly change his attitude, cater to the emperor, and attack King Lu. But I didn't mention the limits of this, nor did I mention how the ministers wanted the crown prince and the future emperor to be. To the emperor, the crown prince had to be satisfied with him, and not be a threat to him. Actually, to the ministers, the emperor couldn't be too stupid, and couldn't be too wise. They especially didn't want a cruel and merciless ruler to rise to power. King Lu was rejected because he was more like the emperor. In other words, he was more like the emperor, however, who would want a second emperor to be above them for decades. That's why the crown prince didn't have a son, and the ministers couldn't support him. Now that he has a grandson, they support the crown prince. King Lu, you should know that it's because you're talented that you're being rejected. In other words, you're using your talent to cause trouble. Crown prince's palace, many palace maids and eunuchs were busy working. Not far away, flowers and plants were flourishing. Bees and butterflies were flying around the palace. From time to time, an imperial guard would pass by, causing a commotion. Within the palace, the crown prince was seated at the head of the table, reading through some documents. These weren't important documents, and were given to him by the emperor for training. Usually, the crown prince would read through these documents seriously and present them to the emperor. But now, the crown prince was somewhat irritated. After reading a few documents, he couldn't bear to continue reading. He placed his brush aside and exhaled deeply. The imperial concubine beside him handed him a cup of ginseng tea. The crown prince received it and took a sip before he spoke out. I didn't expect such a simple strategy to be able to move the hearts of the people and give me so much help. There are already many people who want to join me. I've heard that many people from King Lu's palace have already resigned. And since this strategy is so good, shouldn't we try it a few more times? The crown prince stood up excitedly. He had a happy expression on his face, but he was hesitant and worried at the same time. The imperial concubine was somewhat anxious, and wanted to speak out. However, as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she fell silent. The grand princess sat down below and took a sip of tea. She then thought about what Pei Ziyun had told her before he left. She sighed and exhaled deeply before speaking. Crown Prince, even my elder brother and King Lu, and everyone else under the heavens will think that this was a spontaneous decision. It's my elder brother who dotes on his grandson, and is leaning towards you. It's not that you've done anything. Crown Prince, if you continue to interfere and expose yourself, what do you think my elder brother will think? My elder brother is a hero who wields the 3-foot sword and swept across the lands. He will be the next generation's ancestor. If you do this, the emperor will hate you. He might even think that you've been faking it all along, and that your heart is deep and unfathomable. You might even lose the emperor's favor. If you do this, King Lu will definitely reevaluate you. He might even retaliate with all his might. That's not worth it. Even if the court officials were to find out about this, the officials would have their own opinions about you. The hearts of the people would be swayed as well. The officials would only support the eldest son of the emperor, and not someone who is treacherous and treacherous. The crown prince, who was excitedly pacing back and forth, fell silent when he heard his aunt's words. He thought about it carefully as cold sweat trickled down his back. He then spoke, "It's all thanks to Aunt for pouring cold water on me. If not, I might have done something wrong." When the grand princess heard this, her eyes dimmed. Such a crown prince, he's too easily swayed. At this point, the grand princess sighed and forced a smile. "Crown Prince, you don't have to be like this. It's just that the first time you retaliated against King Lu, you've lost your composure. There's no need for you to do too much now. All you have to do is to remain calm and know your place." Phew. The Crown Prince's face was filled with joy as he exhaled a long breath. He then spoke to the Imperial concubine. Imperial concubine, I've finally avenged you. You're really my lucky star, to have given birth to a grandson for me. As he spoke, he realized that he was getting carried away. He then turned to the Grand Princess and asked, Aunt, what should we do next? It's such a waste of time if we keep waiting. Hearing these words, the Grand Princess was somewhat helpless. She then spoke to the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, you should focus on reading the documents that the Emperor has given you. Taking care of your grandson is the right thing to do. As for making a move, it's enough this year. We should wait until next year before we make a move. The Crown Prince was a little unwilling, but after thinking for some time, his gentle personality won out. He then sighed, since Grand Princess has said so, then let's do it. Another year has been wasted. He then sighed, Pei Ziyun's plan resulted in such a change. It's a pity that he's left. If only he was still around, he would have been able to achieve great things. Why would he be stuck here? It's not a pity that he left. He's a Taoist after all. The Crown Prince has to rely on himself. The Grand Princess then spoke to the Crown Prince. Actually, both of you are my nephews. It's only because I'm biased towards you that I come here more often. However, I won't be able to come again in the near future. If not, King Lu would be suspicious. The Grand Princess stood up as she spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the Crown Prince nodded his head in agreement. The Grand Princess then took her leave. When she reached the door, she heard the Crown Prince asking the Imperial concubine, about what my aunt said just now. I would like to hear your opinion. Hearing this, the Grand Princess shook her head. The Crown Prince was too soft and indecisive. She then thought, I support the Crown Prince, or should I say, all the ministers support the Crown Prince. Isn't that the reason? When it came to the succession of the Crown Prince, the Emperor had to decide half of it. That was true. However, the support of the ministers couldn't be lacking as well. The Grand Princess could understand what the ministers were thinking. Under the leadership of a wise ruler, the ministers had to tread carefully every day, as if they were treading on thin ice. What the ministers wanted was a king who was neither wise nor stupid. He was a king who was gentle and mediocre. This was what the ministers wanted. Hence, the Crown Prince was what the ministers wanted. However, being mediocre wasn't good either. If the Emperor didn't like him, how could he reconcile the two sides? Pei Ziyun, you left in such a hurry. Did you notice this? Just as she was thinking, a serving maid approached and followed the Grand Princess into the carriage. Grand Princess Mansion. The Grand Princess had just returned to her mansion when flowers bloomed and butterflies danced in the air. The Grand Princess stretched out her hand and a butterfly landed on her fingertip. It flapped its wings gently, as if it had a mind of its own. The Grand Princess chuckled as she flicked the butterfly away. She then whispered something to the serving maid, but the serving maid couldn't hear her clearly. The Grand Princess seemed to recall something as she turned her head to the serving maid. How has the Canton Princess been these past 2 days? The serving maid stepped forward. The Canton Princess has been feeling much better recently. She's been eating more and more. It's just that she's obsessed with a book. Just as the Grand Princess was about to ask, someone leapt into her embrace. The Grand Princess hugged the young Canton Princess in her arms and asked, Ai? Why did you come out of the house? Why didn't you hug your painting and cry? The Canton Princess laughed. Cui Yingying and Zhang Xing are together. I'm happy. The Grand Princess looked at the Canton Princess and noticed that there were tears in the corners of her eyes, as if she had been crying. She then asked, Who are Cui Yingying and Zhang Xing? They're already married. It's not your place to give them gift. As soon as she said this, the Canton Princess covered her mouth and laughed. Mother, what gift? I'm talking about The Romance of the Western Wing. It's so good. I've read it over and over again. I'm so envious. The Grand Princess paused. If she knew that this book was written by Pei Ziyun, wouldn't she be in trouble? The Canton Princess then waved her hands in front of the Grand Princess, causing the Grand Princess to regain her senses. The Canton Princess looked at the Grand Princess. Mother, I'm talking to you. Why are you in a daze? The Grand Princess caressed the Canton Princess's long hair. It's nothing. I want to read it over and over again. Mother, let me tell you. The story goes like this. Cui Yingying and Zhang Xing. Along the corridor, the sunlight shone brightly as they crossed the bridge. Chapter 187. The trees and the waterfall complemented each other, giving off the feeling of summer. Li Ziji brought his 2 fellow disciples down the mountain and arrived at a small town. The town was next to the river, and there were many boats parked at the pier. Lanterns hung high, shining like stars in the sky. The sky was already dark, but there were still people coming and going on the stone pier, carrying goods back and forth. The footboard between the side of the ship and the pier was constantly moving up and down, emitting a yo-yo sound. The pier was surrounded by the river, and there were very few houses on the street. Most of the houses were inns, restaurants, tea-houses, and rice shops. Li Ziji looked around cautiously, and after confirming that there was nothing suspicious, he walked forward. Rice shop. The waiter walked over and said, "Boss, they're here." "Who?" Guan Yushan's body trembled. "The people from the monastery have come down." Guan Yushan stood up and said, "Quick, invite them in." In a few steps, he walked out of the door and saw 3 people standing there. One of them was familiar. It was the Taoist who used to collect grain. He wasn't familiar with the other 2, but it seemed like the one in the middle was the one in charge. "You are?" "This is Li Ziji, senior brotherly." The Taoist who used to collect grain spoke out, and Guan Yushan hurriedly invited him in. Li Ziji looked at him and asked, "Is everything prepared?" "Everything is prepared." Guan Yushan paused for a second before he smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you to personally come down the mountain. According to the old rules, the farmers have to hand in their newly harvested wheat here. The harvest from the 300 mu and the newly added mu has been converted into 50 taels of silver. There's also rice and flour in half. All of them have been packed in a sack. There's a total of 80 don. Please take a look." Li Ziji looked at him seriously and smiled. "Let's go in and take a look." When they reached the warehouse, it was getting late. A torch was lit and the waiter opened the door to take a look. The warehouse was considered clean, but there was a faint smell of rot. He opened a sack and touched the flour. After licking it, he nodded his head in satisfaction. "It's indeed this year's flour." Guan Yushan smiled and said, "I've been doing business with the monastery for 5 years. Furthermore, the monastery has recently added 500 mu of farmland. I've heard that there will be more farmland next year. How would I dare to do anything? In the future, I still have to rely on the monastery to make a living." When Li Ziji heard this, he agreed with it. It was impossible for a Taoist to collect rent from each household. Hence, he had entrusted this steward's rice shop to deal with the tenants. This process had been going on for 20 years. It couldn't be said that there were no problems, but at least they could accept each other. After checking, Li Ziji exhaled. "Not bad, let's follow this. Taoist master, please come in for a meal." Guan Yushan heaved a sigh of relief. "Quick, serve the dishes and a jar of wine. I'll instruct the waiter to bring the sack to the carriage. Send it to the mountain first thing in the morning." The 3 Taoists expressed their satisfaction. While they were talking, the tables in the middle of the hall had been set up. The waiter smiled and invited them in. The lights were on, and on the table were roasted pork chop. The brown skin was dripping with oil. There was also a piece of sliced beef, and the rest was dazzling. The aroma filled the air, and it was a feast. The 2 juniors laughed. "Why is Boss Guan so generous today?" As they spoke, they sat down and were about to start eating. Li Ziji's face darkened as he waved his hands. "Wait a minute. The two juniors were puzzled, but stopped what they were doing. Li Ziji then shouted, "Boss Guan Yushan?" He shouted 3 times, but nobody responded. When he looked around, it was silent. The storeroom, the yard, and the stables were all dark. Something's not right. The 3 of them felt that something was amiss and drew their swords. At this point, one of them sighed, "Why are you struggling? If you were to eat and drink, you'd be a hungry ghost." Just as he finished speaking, shadows flashed past and 20 silhouettes appeared. Although there were many of them, they were silent and orderly. Other than the sound of moving footsteps, there was only the sound of long sabers clashing together. A wave of baleful aura rushed over. "Who are you?" Li Ziji knew that these were not the men that Guan Yushan could gather, and shouted out, "Kill!" The other party gave the order, "Kill!" The 20 men charged forward and both sides started fighting. The leader of the group, dressed in black, watched from behind without saying a word. As soon as they clashed, the 3 Taoists realized that their opponents were not weak. They started to retreat, and one of the juniors waved his hand, blinding light technique. Peng, a bright light flashed before Li Ziji's eyes. He tilted his body and thrust his sword forward. However, his opponent seemed to be prepared for this. Although he closed his eyes, he shouted out loud and swung his sword wildly. Originally, it would have been fine if it was just one person, as there would always be an opening. However, with so many people slashing at the same time, one of the juniors took the opportunity to attack. He thrust his sword forward and pierced through the chest of one of the Taoists. The man screamed out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. However, the others heard his screams and rushed forward to slash at him. This junior didn't have time to retract his sword before he was slashed 3 times. 2 corpses fell to the ground. Li Ziji screamed out in pain as he charged forward. His sword pierced through one of the Taoists, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Li Ziji was pushed back 3 feet, and a bloody wound appeared on his body. The remaining juniors were all slashed to death. "Who are you people?" Li Ziji gritted his teeth. The black-robed man didn't reply. He waved his hands, and the 5 of them pounced forward. Their swords flashed as they moved in unison. Li Ziji struggled with all his might, but was forced to retreat. Every now and then, he would be struck by a blade. Finally, he heard a shout, "Kill!" Li Ziji screamed out in pain. However, in the next moment, a blade flashed and his screams stopped. His head flew off his neck. The next day the sect leader and several elders walked past a dark alley, and saw several disciples with pale faces waiting for them. The sect leader asked, "Are they all inside?" "Yes, they're all inside." The sect leader and the elders walked in, and saw that there were spots of blood on the doorstep. As they walked further, they saw several corpses lying on the mattresses. Some of the mattresses had some blood on them, but they were still clean. It was obvious that they had been dead for some time. Some of the mattresses were dripping with blood, indicating that they hadn't been dead for long. "This is our sect's 6th victim." The sect leader looked at the freshest corpse, and his face turned ashen. "Zhao Ning, what do you think?" "The situation is very simple. The enemy has already launched an attack. First, they killed our disciples and targeted our core members, in order to weaken us." Zhao Ning's face was ashen as he spoke. "Have you found out who did it? We're in a passive position, and can't find out anything. However, we can confirm that this was an attack by a Taoist sect. That's because when we tried to investigate, we were met with a Taoist sect's attack. This trace of Taoist power has been sent to the Patriarchs of Paradise. I'm sure we'll have an answer soon. Can we report this to the authorities, and request for reinforcements?" the sect leader asked. He didn't feel that asking for reinforcements from the authorities was something to be proud of. That's difficult. There aren't many soldiers in the county. Furthermore, there's no such thing as guarding against bandits for 1,000 days. It's hard for the soldiers to stay here for more than a few days. Zhao Ning replied seriously, Of course, the most important thing is that I'm afraid the authorities would reject us. If the enemy was a Taoist sect, they would have already bribed them. Let's give it a try. If there's nothing, then we'll talk. The sect leader then turned to Yu Yunjun. Where's Pei Ziyun now? Hurry and get him to come back. Yu Yunjun replied, he was in Doan County the last time. He shouldn't be too far away now. Hurry him again, get him to come back quickly. Yes. Yu Yunjun replied. A disciple was listening intently when the sect leader spoke, Zhang Yin. The disciple hurriedly replied, Here. Get some men to wash all the blood off their bodies and sew up their wound. Put on new clothes and place them in the coffins. Leave them in this hall for now. There's an array within this hall, and it will prevent them from rotting away. Once everything is done, we shall bury them. Yes, the disciple replied. Seeing the sect leader and sect elder leave, a few disciples walked up to them. Some of them boiled some hot water and used it to wash the corpses. The blood was then carried out. After washing the corpses, they used a needle to sew up their wounds. They then put on new clothes and placed them in the coffins. By the time the 6 corpses were done, it was already dusk. Zhang Yin's expression did not look too good. One of the disciples consoled him, Senior Brother Zhang, it's normal for you to feel like vomiting. Let's not eat meat tonight. Night fell and it was raining outside. Zhang Yin did not reply. He then forced himself to say, I'm going back to rest. Don't call me for dinner. If I'm hungry, I'll go to the canteen and get something to eat. As he spoke, he turned around and walked into the rain. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhang Yin began to descend the mountain, one step at a time. He walked along the mountain path until he reached the foot of the mountain. Wiping away the rainwater on his forehead, he turned around to look. In the distance, he could vaguely see buildings and lights. At the foot of the mountain, there were 3 rooms for visitors to rest and shelter from the rain. At this point in time, there was no one around. Zhang Yin entered the room and stepped onto the brick floor. He could see the familiar faces of his fellow disciples in front of him. After all, they had known each other for 5 years. In the blink of an eye, they had been separated by life and death. It was like a nightmare. Zhang Yin stared blankly outside. The rain was not heavy, but it was still falling. Zhang Yin paused for some time before sighing, Don't think about it. You're a spy. You knew this day would come. They're not your fellow disciples, even if you've known them for 5 years. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yin retrieved a talisman. With a single touch, a ray of light appeared on the talisman. In the blink of an eye, the light transformed into a human figure. Seeing this person, Zhang Yin cleared his mind and knelt down. Disciple pays his respects to Elder Su. Why did you contact me so urgently? What's the matter? Elder Su asked. I just heard news that Free Cloud sect has contacted Pei Ziyun. The last time they contacted him was in Doan County. He's rushing back now. Pei Ziyun, Doan County. Elder Su's voice was filled with seriousness. It was obvious that Pei Ziyun's name was still a threat to him. After pausing for some time, he said, I understand. Please wait for a while, I will give you an answer. Yes. As he spoke, the light from the talisman dissipated. Zhang Yin looked at the rain and felt a sense of security. He even mocked himself for not being able to bear it. A few miles away there was a small valley. A group of people were huddled together, building an altar. Although the altar was small, it was very intricate. There were many inscriptions on the altar and flags were placed on it. A few people were guiding the altar when they heard the news. Their faces sank. Pei Ziyun is coming back. Chapter 188. The man in the middle looked to be around 50 years of age. He had a squarish face and looked extremely dignified. At this point, he took several steps forward and frowned. Our original plan was to weaken the sect and use the altar to activate King Lu's energy to break into paradise. As long as we could seize control of paradise, the elders and true disciples within the sect would lose more than half of their powers. At that point, we would be able to wipe out Free Cloud sect. Now that this man has returned, I'm afraid there's a change in our plans. Elder Su frowned and said, Elder Chen, the Imperial Qi has broken through paradise, but we've been affected as well. This man's sword arts are extremely pure, and he's killed many officials. Perhaps he's obtained some treasures, and isn't afraid of the Imperial Qi. We have to get rid of this thorn in our side, without any hesitation. But we can't find him. That brat has concealed himself. Perhaps he's using some sort of treasure to shield himself. One of them spoke. We've already used many different types of Dao arts, but we still can't find any traces of him. You can use the disciple's lantern to search for him. This is a bit of spiritual light that is imprinted into the disciple's body when he or she enters the sect. It carries a trace of his or her soul. As long as you can obtain it, you can use this connection to find the person's location. You can also use it to cast spells. It's even more accurate than using the blood and hair of a person to search for him or her. The square-faced Elder Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly said, But how do I get it? Elder Chen. An elder said, Activate this spy and steal the Fate Lantern. Although stealing the Fate Lantern would expose the spy's identity, and he would not be able to conceal himself anymore, it would be worth it. In the future, there would be no need for a spy to exist in Free Cloud sect. Elder Su said, If he's still waiting for me, I shall give the order. All right, we shall continue to prepare the altar array. You shall lead some men to kill Pei Ziyun. Even if you can't kill him, you must at least hold him back. 3 days. As long as we can hold him back for 3 days, we shall be able to lessen the chances of this happening. Elder Chen said solemnly. Yes, Elder Chen. These people all answered. The rain continued to pour. Zhang Yin raised his head and saw shadows of people. There were quite a number of disciples patrolling the mountain. Recently, the situation had been tense and many of the disciples had been recalled. They were now patrolling the mountain in groups of 3 to 5, all of them wielding long swords. I wonder if anyone on the mountain has noticed that I'm missing? Zhang Yin was getting impatient. Just then, he felt something warm in his robe. He hurriedly took out a talisman and tapped it. A shadow appeared in the room. Seeing the shadow, Zhang Yin knelt down and asked, Elder Su, what are your orders? Elder Su, who was in the projection, pondered for some time before saying, Tell me everything that has happened in Free Cloud sect recently. Zhang Yin paused for a moment. Elder, the sect is currently gathering the disciples to return to the sect to protect the sect. Among them, the number 1 genius would definitely be Pei Ziyun. There are also a few other experts. Chen Zhongyu is proficient in Dao arts. Zhao Yi was inspired by the sword duel last time and has improved quite a bit as well. He's a worthy opponent. And Zhang Yin reported. After listening to the news, Elder Su said slowly, You've investigated these matters very clearly. I'll record it in the Book of Merits for you. Thank you, Elder. Zhang Yin bowed in gratitude. Elder Su paced a few steps before speaking. Zhang Yin, there's one last thing I need you to do. Once you're done, when you return to the sect, you'll have a core disciple. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Your disciple will do anything for you. Zhang Yin hurriedly knelt down. Elder Su laughed. You don't have to do anything for me. All I need is for you to steal Pei Ziyun and Chen Zhongyu's Fate Lanterns. Hearing these words, Zhang Yin was taken aback. He hurriedly replied, If I steal the Fate Lantern, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide anymore. I won't be able to serve the sect anymore. Zhang Yin's back was drenched in cold sweat. Stealing the Fate Lantern meant that he wouldn't rest until he was dead. Every disciple had their own Fate Lantern. When they died, the Fate Lantern Hall could be said to be the core of any sect. Elder Su smiled. Once you've retrieved the Fate Lantern, you'll be promoted to core disciple. Think about it yourself. Hearing Elder Su's words, Zhang Yin gritted his teeth. Elder Su, I'm only thinking about how to steal the Fate Lantern. How would I dare to betray the sect? Elder Su nodded his head. I understand. Go and retrieve the Fate Lantern. When you're down the mountain, use the talisman to communicate with us. We'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Yes, Elder. Zhang Yin replied loudly. The elder nodded his head in approval. He then instructed Zhang Yin on a few other tasks before disabling the talisman. Zhang Yin's forehead was dripping with sweat, as a look of worry surfaced on his face. He paced back and forth. I have no choice but to retrieve the Fate Lantern Hall. There are at least 5 senior brothers guarding it. If I wish to retrieve the Fate Lantern, I can't force my way through. The rain had stopped and the sky was dark. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the trees to undulate. Zhang Yin carried the food box to the Fate Lantern Hall. He then heard someone shout, "Who's there?" Zhang Yin looked over and saw a senior brother guarding the Fate Lantern Hall. He had a smile on his face as he spoke. Senior Brother Qin, thank you for your guidance over the past few days. When I remembered that you were on duty today, I prepared some meat and wine for you. Senior Brother Qin saw that the person in front of him was someone he was familiar with. He then laughed. I was wondering who it was. So it's Senior Uncle Chen's 4th disciple, Zhang Yin. You're a good person. You still remember me, your senior brother, and even prepared some meat and wine for me. Zhang Yin took the food box and was about to place it outside when Qin Zhen stretched out his hand and placed it on the table. Follow me inside. There's a table inside for you to place the food. Qin Zhen placed the food box on the table and placed it on the table. There was even a jug of wine. Qin Zhen sniffed it and looked at Zhang Yin. Senior Brother Zhang, this is our sect's green lotus wine. We used the petals of our sect's green lotus wine and used some precious herbs to brew it. You've spent a lot of money on it. AI, Senior Brother, good wine is for heroes. I've always felt that the senior brothers of our sect are the true heroes. Thank you for your guidance over the past few days. Zhang Yin took the initiative to pour some wine for himself. Qin Zhen laughed as he patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder. Junior brother has good taste. AI, Senior Brother, why aren't the others here? Zhang Yin looked around the hall and asked. Qin Zhen picked up a chicken drumstick and took a huge bite. He then drank a mouthful of wine and sighed. I don't know which sect wants to start a war between the sections. Everyone else has been sent away, and I'm the only one left to guard the hall. Not many people would come here. Let's drink, let's drink. Qin Zhen finished his cup and picked up the meat with his chopstick. Zhang Yin then raised the jug of wine and filled it up. He then pressed on the top of the jug and revealed that it was a yin-yang jug. He poured the wine in front of Qin Zhen and poured himself another cup. The two of them then started drinking. After drinking for a while, Qin Zhen was slightly tipsy. Zhang Yin then counted 4, 5, 6. Qin Zhen was still in a daze as he asked, Junior Brother Han, what are you counting for? Zhang Yin had already counted to 10. He then looked at Qin Zhen and smiled. Senior Brother Qin, I'm counting when you'll pass out. Hearing these words, Qin Zhen paused. Just as he was about to say something, he fell head first into the bowl of food. Seeing this, Zhang Yin pulled Qin Zhen's head to the side and sighed. Senior Brother Qin, thank you for taking care of me in the past. It's just that there are some things that I have to do. If it wasn't for the sake of my Tao, I wouldn't have hidden myself. My talent is average, and I have to find a way to fight for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin did not hesitate any longer. He turned around and walked into the Fate Lantern Hall. As soon as he entered, he felt that the interior of the hall was very different from the outside. Although there were hundreds of lanterns densely packed together, the interior of the hall was dark and spacious. Zhang Yin knew that there was a restrictive spell within the hall. Fortunately, he had learned Tao techniques from his own sect. Hence, he was safe. However, if he stayed here for too long, he would definitely be discovered. Hence, he hurriedly searched for the Fate Lantern. Finding the Fate Lantern wasn't difficult. It was just that he didn't pick it up immediately. The fate lantern had a restrictive spell on it. As long as he moved it, someone would be able to sense it. After all, disciples could patrol the hall, but if it wasn't necessary, nobody would touch the fate lantern. Once he found the fate lantern, he took it and ran. If not, it would be difficult to escape. Zhang Yin stood in front of the fate lantern and hesitated. If it's possible, I should destroy some of them. Perhaps I can cover up my tracks. It was said that if the fate lantern was destroyed, it would not result in the death of the host. However, it would cause the host's soul to be damaged, and could be used to cast spells. Hence, he raised his head and sighed. After 5 years of hiding, I've developed feelings. As Zhang Yin said this, tears started to flow down his cheeks uncontrollably. He reached out to wipe them away and turned around to retrieve his own fate lantern. Pei Ziyun and Chen Zhongyu both searched for their fate lanterns before retrieving one. There was a wong sound as the patriarch in front of them trembled. A ray of light shone out as it opened its eyes. Someone has touched the fate lantern. Zhang Yin wrapped the fate lantern up and placed the talisman within his robes. He then walked out of the door and ran down the mountain without turning back. Some of the elders were in deep sleep, while others were patrolling the area. When they received the patriarch's warning, they were shocked. What? A traitor stole the fate lantern? Damn it. Investigate. Who stole the fate lantern? Who did it? Before long, the elders rushed into the hall and saw Qinzhen sprawled on the table, unconscious. One of the elders picked up a cup of wine and smelled it. He then said coldly, "It's the drunken immortal brew. There's no poison in it. He's only unconscious. Wake him up." The sect leader cleared his throat. One of the elders retrieved a pill and forced it into Qinzhen's mouth. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved. Before long, Qinzhen regained consciousness. Seeing the sect leader and elders surrounding him, he exclaimed in shock, "Sect leader, master, elders, why are all of you here?" The sect leader looked at Qinzhen and asked, "Who was it that made you drunk?" Qinzhen was sweating profusely as he reported, "Sect leader, it was senior Uncle Chen's 4th disciple, Zhang Yin. He brought some food and wine here tonight. He only drank a few mouthfuls before he became drunk." Just as the sect leader was about to reprimand Elder Chen, an elder came out from within the hall. "Sect leader, the matter has been investigated. 3 fate lanterns have been lost. They belonged to the traitor Zhang Yin, Pei Ziyun and Chen Zhongyu." Yu Yunjun, who had been silent all this while, stood up in anger. This person stole Pei Ziyun's fate lantern. How despicable! Yu Yunjun turned around and chased after the traitor. When Chen Zhongyu's master heard this, his face fell as well. He was enraged and chased after the traitor as well. In prefecture it was deep into the night as the boat docked at the pier. Pei Ziyun alighted from the boat and noticed that although it was raining and it was time for the market to close, the streets were still bustling with people. The shops were still open. He sighed to himself, with the opening of the sea trade, this place is getting more and more prosperous. Just as he was about to take a step, he felt a chill run down his spine. The star's transposition technique was activated, and the shivers subsided. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Is this a warning or a reaction?" Chapter 189. Zhang Yin's body was covered with a concealment talisman. This talisman was made by an elder of Dark Altar sect and was meant for spies to escape with their lives. The rain continued to fall. Zhang Yin walked in the rainy night and circled around a hill that was overgrown with trees. Suddenly, he had an idea. He hid in the crevice of a rock and held his breath. It was as if he could only listen to his heartbeat. Very quickly, 2 silhouettes leaped past, followed by several others. All of them had a murderous aura, and there was even some kind of ripple that swept past, causing Zhang Yin's heart to turn cold. However, the concealment amulet seemed to be quite useful. No one noticed him. Zhang Yin waited patiently for a while longer. Seeing that no one was returning, he stood up and ran in another direction. At the foot of the mountain, a bird flew out from the reeds of a small lake. Zhang Yin stopped in his tracks and a few people came out from the reed. When they saw Zhang Yin, one of them stepped forward. Zhang Yin hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Elder Su, I did not disappoint you. I have retrieved the Fate Lantern. Seeing the 3 Fate Lanterns, Elder Su laughed and patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder. Not bad. You've done a great deed. As long as you return to the sect, you will be promoted to a core disciple. Hearing these words, Zhang Yin was overjoyed. He hurriedly replied, Thank you, Elder Su. At this point, Elder Su felt something was amiss. His smile faded as he said, The array on the mountain has been activated. Hurry up and clear the traces. Retreat. A few Taoists cleaned up and quickly turned to leave. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Yunjun appeared. She looked at the reed thicket with a serious expression. There seemed to be some sort of danger lurking within. At this point, Chen Zhongyu's master, Elder Chen, had also arrived. He stood by Yu Yunjun's side, looking at the forest in front of them. His face was ashen as he spat out, This traitorous disciple. Chen Zhongyu and Zhang Yin were both his disciples, but Chen Zhongyu was his son, so he was different. There seems to be danger in these reeds. Yu Yunjun said. You'll know once you try. Elder Chen stretched out a finger, and the reeds exploded, bursting into flames amidst the rain. Seeing this, Yu Yunjun's face turned solemn as she sighed. There might be an ambush in this forest. We won't be able to catch up. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Elder Chen's eyes. Damn it, it seems like we have to make some preparations. Jingxiao Prefecture. A cool breeze blew gently as the river flowed slowly. The walls were covered with moss, and the streets were dark and gloomy. Pei Ziyun walked slowly as he thought to himself, It seems like this is the place. Jingqiao County's number 1 alley. Before he could finish his thoughts, he saw a young lady walking towards him. She was dressed in a simple robe with many patches on it. However, it was very clean, and her facial features were exquisite. The young lady looked at Pei Ziyun warily and slowed down her steps. She brushed past him, and then quickly walked away. Is that her? Since Pei Ziyun was a Yin master now, he had the ability to act according to his whims. The moment he saw her, he wanted to call out to her, but the young lady was stopped by someone at the entrance of the alley. One look and one could tell that he was a ruffian who was forcing the young girl to take a few steps back. This ruffian looked at Pei Ziyun and felt that the frail scholar was not a problem at all. He then shouted, Hand over the money. No. The young girl begged, You can't snatch it from me. I used it as a gift from my mother to buy medicine for my brother. Please don't snatch it from me. As she spoke, she started to choke with sobs. The ruffian did not budge. He stepped forward and covered the young girl's mouth, not allowing her to make a sound. Just as the young girl was about to struggle, the ruffian pulled out a knife. The young girl was shocked. The ruffian reached into the young girl's robes and pulled out some money and a box. He then turned around and ran away. No, you can't snatch my money. That's for my brother's treatment. The young girl shouted as she chased after the ruffian. Tears streamed down her face as she cried, No! Give me back my money. That's for my brother's treatment. The young girl was running too fast and fell to the ground. She wanted to get up and continue chasing after the ruffian, but the ruffian had already disappeared into the alley. She screamed, No, no! The ruffian was just about to run out of the alley when Pei Ziyun suddenly appeared in front of him. The ruffian did not even have time to think about why the scholar behind him would suddenly appear in front of him. He waved his knife threateningly, Get lost, or I'll stab you. Pei Ziyun stretched out his finger and pointed at the ruffian. His movement was slow, but the ruffian could not avoid it. He groaned and fell to the ground. He wanted to get up, but his dark eyes looked down and asked, Who sent you here? The ruffian's body trembled, and his expression was blank. The owner of the shop on the street sent me here. He said that I had snatched the money, and asked her to pawn the jade pendant. I was greedy and snatched the jade pendant as well. Jade pendant. Pei Ziyun picked up the money and the box. As soon as he touched it, he knew that there was indeed a legacy within. However, there was a slight resistance, and he knew that the jade pendant already had an owner. Pei Ziyun handed it over to the young girl. When the young girl received it, she relaxed and thanked him. "Thank you, young master, thank you, young master." Pei Ziyun glanced at the young girl and saw her tears. He then asked, "Miss, do you have any difficulties?" From what the ruffian said, you must have pawned something, and caught the attention of the pawnshop. The young girl sobbed, "My brother is sick. I went to the pawnshop to prepare a golden hairpin and a jade pendant that my mother gave me. My mother's family used to be an official, and this was her dowry. My mother said that the golden hairpin was worth 5 taels of silver, and the jade pendant was worth 10 taels of silver. However, the pawnshop only offered 3 taels of silver. I refused to sell it. For my brother's sake, I pawned the golden hairpin. That's why I gave it to the pawnshop. I didn't expect that I would be targeted." The young girl gradually stopped sobbing and thought things through. Pei Ziyun looked at her and sighed. He then kicked the ruffian, causing him to faint. However, he didn't kill him, and the ruffian didn't deserve to die. He then said, "Forget about everything else. Let's go and see your brother first." He paused before saying, "You're a young girl and it's not convenient. I'll go with you to the pharmacy." The young girl thanked him profusely and walked towards the pharmacy. The doctor in the pharmacy was in his 50s and looked very honest. The moment he saw her, he said, "Miss Fu, you're here again. Your brother's illness has to be treated with good medicine, and you have to take care of him. With the little money you have now, you can only treat him with medicine. Let's see if your brother can pull through." As he spoke, he was about to write a prescription when Pei Ziyun waved a hand. "How can I write a prescription without seeing the patient? You, the doctor, follow me." The doctor hesitated. Pei Ziyun then retrieved a piece of silver from his robes and threw it over to him. The doctor caught it and looked at it. It weighed 1 tael, and although it had been cut, it didn't look like a silver ingot. However, it was white and had a thin edge. It was 9 taels of silver. He then said, "That's right." The young girl's face turned red, as if she wanted to say something. However, her lips trembled and she didn't speak. The doctor stood up and took the medicine before following them. When they reached the young girl's house, the doctor frowned. How can anyone live in such an environment? It's so damp, no wonder he's sick. Hearing the doctor's words, the young girl's face turned red. Cough, 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 cough. The sound of coughing could be heard coming from the bed. A young man was lying on the bed, with only a thin blanket covering him. "Sister, I feel terrible." "Little brother, the doctor is here. You'll be fine." The young girl whimpered. The doctor looked at the young man lying on the bed and frowned. "His condition has worsened." He then took a look at the young man's pulse and frowned. "Your brother's condition has worsened since the last time he was here. Doctor, hurry and save my brother." The young girl whimpered, "As you know, my brother fell into the water and caught a cold. Our family is poor and we thought he would be fine. That's why we delayed the treatment. I hope the doctor can save him." Hearing the young girl's words, the doctor then said, "I'll write you a prescription. As long as you take the medicine on time, the illness can be treated. It's just that the medicine is expensive, and you'll have to take it for at least a month. Mister, you should treat him the way you should treat him." Pei Ziyun then said, "You should treat him the way you should treat him. Can he still be treated?" The doctor then said, "It's not a problem for now. But if we don't treat him soon, I'm afraid the illness will continue to worsen. If that happens, there will be no way to treat him." Pei Ziyun looked at the young man's complexion and felt that what the doctor said made sense. He then found some ink and brush in the room. The doctor then wrote down the prescription. Pei Ziyun then told the doctor, "Doctor, you don't have to go back. Please wait in the side room. Seeing that the doctor had left, the young girl took the prescription and looked at it. Her face turned pale. She knew how to read, and because her brother was sick, she had asked around about the medicine. There were many precious medicines on the prescription. Just one prescription would cost a lot of money, not to mention using it continuously. She was panting heavily. The young man lay on the bed and asked, "Sister, is the medicine very expensive?" "I'm fine, I don't need to take any medicine and I'll get better." Although he said this, his voice was trembling. Hearing these words, the young girl covered her mouth as tears rolled down her cheeks. She fell silent for some time before saying, "Little brother, it's nothing. I was just thinking if we should get a new medicine pot." "Sister, if you want to get one, just get one. Why can't I?" The young man then asked, "Sister, do you have enough money?" The young girl took a deep breath. "It's enough, little brother. Lie down first, I'll get the medicine for you. Young master, can you come out with me for a while?" Pei Zi-yun followed the young girl out the door. When they reached the door, the young girl fell silent for some time before kneeling down. "Young master, please save my brother." As she said this, she retrieved a wooden box from within her robes and opened it. It was a jade pendant. Her eyes were filled with melancholy as she thought about her parents. Her tears started to flow again. "Father, father, I've let down the Fu family. But for my brother, for the Li family, I have no choice but to do this." The young girl handed the jade pendant over. "Young master, this jade pendant is worth 10 taels of silver. I can't accept it, but young master can accept it." Pei Zi-yun received the jade pendant and looked at the young girl before him. "What's your name?" "Fu Yu." The young girl replied. "This jade pendant was left behind by your parents for you?" "It was left behind by my father," the young girl said sadly. Pei Zi-yun paused for some time before saying, "You have 2 matters to attend to. The first is that your brother is sick, and you need money. The second is that your brother is too young. You're a young girl, and you can't support the family. You're from an official's family and seem to be educated. You must have had some wealth in the past. Why did your family fall apart so quickly? I'm sure the people around here have already considered your family to be extinct. This pawnshop owner dared to do such a thing, it must be because of the same reason." Chapter 190. The main reason for this was because life in the ancient times was tough. To other families, this was a rare opportunity to strike it rich. Hence, whenever a family had no children or was too young, they would pounce on them and tear them to shreds. Many people despised clans, but without the protection of a clan, the moment something happened to a family, the entire family would be wiped out. Pei Zi-yun had seen this happen in Snail Village. There was a family whose husband had died, but they still had a child. The village chief would step in and sell the wife to a human trafficker. They would then split the family's assets. The pig would be slaughtered, and everyone in the village would get a piece of meat. The child would then be adopted as a child, but he was actually a free slave. With a clan, there would still be situations like this, but it was much better. At least there would be some leeway. But now, the Fu family was a single family, and the surrounding people treated them as if they were extinct. Pei Zi-yun had never thought that farmers were simple and honest. Actually, the poorer a farmer was, the fiercer he was. They would not show any mercy when they were extinct. This was because they wanted to survive. Hearing these words, Fu Yu trembled. She was an intelligent person, and did not dare to think about it in the past. Now that she had been exposed, she understood immediately. She covered her mouth, her face was pale as she knelt down. "Young master, I am willing to sell myself as a slave. Please save my brother and take care of him." "Get up, I don't need you to be a slave," Pei Zi-yun said. "I won't beat around the bush. Your jade pendant is not bad, I want it. I will treat your brother, but you cannot stay here anymore. If you stay here, you will die sooner or later. I even suspect that someone pushed your brother into the water. Go to Slow River County's Snail Village. I can protect you there. I will use money to buy you a house, and give you 10 mu of land. You can raise your brother in peace. Hearing these words, the young girl did not hesitate and knelt down. Yes, young master. Let's treat your brother's illness first. Pei Zi-yun felt the resistance from the jade pendant disappear, and knew that she was sincere. This was how legacies were. They had to be transferred to their own hands before they could absorb them. Of course, they could also kill someone, as long as they could buy it fairly. Why kill someone? After the two of them finished talking, they led the doctor to brew the medicine. The doctor's medicine box contained a batch of medicine. After a while, the young man fell into a deep sleep. He looked better, but his body was burning like charcoal. His face was red, and his breathing was heavy and uneven. Let's wait for a day or two. When your brother is feeling better, we shall depart. Pei Zi-yun touched the jade ornament as he spoke. To himself there was a series of stairs leading to a cave. It was formed naturally and had been modified by humans. The most peculiar thing was that there was a stone slab in the middle of the stairs, which had many dots on it. Elder Su retrieved the fate lantern and placed it in front of him. He then laughed coldly. This Free Cloud sect is really lazy. They actually allowed us to retrieve the fate lantern so easily. Hearing these words, the elder at the side laughed. This fate lantern is actually used to guide the souls of the disciples. Although it can be used to plot against others, it can also be used to plot against others. There's no need for this fate lantern. I'm afraid the only real use for it is to track down the Taoist who is on the run. Even within our sect, the fate lantern isn't guarded too strictly. It's just that this Pei Zi-yun's martial arts are unparalleled, and he has a treasure on him. We've searched for him several times, but to no avail. It's as though he's invincible. Furthermore, we have to get rid of this person to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. That's why we placed so much importance on this fate lantern. Furthermore, apart from us, who have been through many battles in the Tao sects, how would these new sects have the experience to do so? That's true. The Tao sects have their roots in the Earth Immortals. However, our Dark Altar sect's fate lantern is guarded by elders. How can we steal it so easily? Elder Su spoke out. Elder Su, such a new sect has less than 100 Taoists. The elders are all very powerful. Why would they guard a place like this for long? Our Dark Altar sect is a powerful sect, hence we have elders guarding it. Furthermore, they take turns to guard it. However, this Free Cloud sect has been lax for far too long. It's time for them to be destroyed. The elder laughed coldly as he spoke. Let's cut to the chase. This kid doesn't seem to be afraid of the Imperial Qi. I'm sure he has some secrets. Let's use our Tao arts to kill him. Perhaps we can find out more. Another Taoist spoke out. A few Taoists formed a circle, and with a "wung" sound, a layer of white light appeared, circling around the oil lamp, and slowly seeped into it. After some time, the white light started to dim. Elder Su was astonished. That's strange. After stealing the fate lantern, we still can't pinpoint his exact location. This kid must have obtained a treasure. Hearing these words, the senior elder retrieved the map of the dynasty and looked at it. He then drew a circle on the map and said, although we can't pinpoint his exact location, we should be able to determine his general location. He's in this position. We can kill him if he's on his way here. Also, we have to split up the work. The altar is still the most important. Elder Su, I shall hand over 20 men to you. You shall take charge of this matter. Usually, we've been hiding our skills and techniques. This is the best time to use them. I hope you can kill him, or at least hold him off for 3 days. Yes, sir. Elder Su answered. Gaolong County. A gust of wind blew across the boat. Pei Zi-yun stood on the deck and spoke to Fuyu. At this point, the stellar transposition technique was activated. Pei Ziyun felt dizzy for a moment, and the entire place was silent. It took some time for him to recover. Fu Yu's complexion looked better as she asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. I was just thinking that since we've arrived at Gaolong County, we've arrived at Dong and Prefecture. Slow River County is within Dong and Prefecture, and can be considered a neighboring county. I shall disembark and take a look. You guys stay here." He spoke a few words to Fu Yu before she left. Pei Ziyun's face turned cold. Who was spying on him? The stellar transposition technique was able to reduce the effects of being spied on. It was effective against the Imperial Qi, and was effective against Dao arts as well. Since the feeling was so strong, was there someone spying on him? After some time, Pei Ziyun sighed and laughed. The tree desires peace, but the wind never ceases. At this point, the boat stopped and someone shouted, "We've arrived at the pier. Passengers, please bring your luggage and disembark." Pei Ziyun brought Fu Yu and the rest off the boat and found an inn. When they reached the inn, a waiter welcomed them. "Young master, would you like to eat or stay?" Pei Ziyun thought for some time and looked around. There were more than 10 rooms in the inn. Although they weren't new, they were clean and tidy. He then said, "Give me a good room and 2 other rooms. I would like to stay. Bring me some wine and meat." The waiter looked at the people in front of him and noticed that this man had a dignified demeanor. He followed a young lady with an oval face and a frown on her face. The young man behind her seemed to be tired and coughed from time to time. The waiter then called out, "Young master, please." Pei Ziyun thought for a moment and placed a deposit of 5 taels of silver. The innkeeper brought the waiter to prepare a fire and started cooking. He then used a huge bucket of hot water to wash the dishes. After finishing his meal, he entered his room. At this point, he was half lying on his bed. With a tap of his finger, a small plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. Mission: help the Crown Prince attack King Lu and force Rinwei to leave King Lu's palace. Completed. Divine Powers. Stars Transposition Level 2, 98. 5%. Pei Ziyun then relaxed and laughed. It's almost the 7th month now, and summer has arrived. Finally, the capital city is done brewing. The Crown Prince's position has stabilized, and King Lu's fate energy is fading. I've finally completed my mission and obtained the Dao arts hidden within the legacy. Also, since the chess spirit released it, it looks like the Stars Transposition technique will be completed within the next few days. Pei Ziyun stretched out his finger and tapped on the mission. The translucent plum blossom appeared between his eyebrows and disappeared. The mission had been completed, so that's how it is. Since it can weaken the effects of absorbing the legacy, I shall give it a try. He laid on his bed and placed the legacy under his pillow. Just like the last time, he fell asleep. He fell into a deep sleep. When Pei Ziyun woke up, his room was pitch black. His entire body felt extremely comfortable. It was hard to describe. It was as if his entire body had been washed clean, and all the impurities had been removed. It was as if he had been soaked in warm water. Pei Ziyun felt that something was amiss. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. He then saw a floating ball between his eyebrows. This floating ball was a faint gold in color, and there was a white aura flowing within it. Pei Ziyun seemed to have understood something as he pondered over sword techniques and martial arts. The white aura around the floating ball continued to swirl, but there was no change to it. Let's try again. Pei Ziyun focused his mind and pondered over the Dao arts. He didn't know which part of the Dao arts he had triggered, but the white aura flowed out and entered his eyebrows. His mind was clear, and he finally understood something. Dao arts. 33 types, advanced, 0. 1%. Although the improvement was minute, and the white aura within the floating ball had lessened, Pei Ziyun could not help but take in a deep breath. He finally understood. In the past, I absorbed legacies directly, which was why there was a huge side effect. But now, the spiritual wisdom within the legacy has become an existing experience. By thinking for myself, I can use it to improve. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to learn the same type of Tao art. With this, at least I can confirm that my Tao arts will continue to improve. No wonder Xie Dong and the original owner were able to improve so quickly. Even their fleshly bodies were able to become saint. This is really impressive. However, I can't waste it. When Tao arts are researched to the extreme, it becomes a divine art. But the spiritual wisdom gained from the legacy is limited. I have to use it on the core of the legacy. If I use it randomly, I'm afraid I won't be able to absorb all the legacies. According to my thinking, I should first focus on the principles of Tao art. Secondly, I should choose a divine art that is suitable for me to level up, and not use it on everything. If I use everything, it would be half-baked and useless. Just as he was thinking, Pei Ziyun suddenly felt dizzy and his chest tightened. Is it consumption? No, that's not it. It's the star's transposition technique. Someone is trying to find me again. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, it seems like I'm very close. Pei Ziyun stood up and retrieved the long sword by the side of his bed. He then took out an ingot of silver and placed it on the table. After thinking for some time, he wrote a letter to Fu Yu, telling him that if he didn't return soon, Fu Yu should stay in the inn and wait for him to return. This amount of silver was enough for him to live on for half a month. When he finished writing, he leapt out of the window. When he landed on the ground, his face was filled with killing intent. Chapter 191. The forest was extremely quiet. Several bugs were chirping non-stop, and the atmosphere was stifling. A shadow was hiding in the forest, observing the surroundings. Based on his own intuition, he could sense that the forest was right in front of him. This was one of the quickest routes to Free Cloud Sect. Pei Ziyun looked ahead, wondering who was spying on him. Spying on me has been going on for a long time. However, there should be a time limit. Now these people are lying in ambush on the road leading to Free Cloud Sect. Are they trying to ambush me? Just as he was thinking about this, he heard footsteps in front of him. It was someone hiding in the bushes, concealing their presence. A group of people walked in an orderly manner, carrying blades. The person in front said, "I've heard that the person we're trying to kill is extremely powerful. Do you think we can kill him? If we manage to do so, we might even earn the right to cultivate." Hearing this, one of the armed men laughed out coldly. If it's that easy, why would we need a few elders and a few sword experts? Hearing this, the leader cleared his throat. Don't talk about the sect's decisions. Patrol properly and remember to observe the surroundings. If we detect anything out of the ordinary, we will be rewarded. Don't even think about killing him. Yes, leader. The 4 men behind the leader replied. Their faces were filled with caution, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. They looked around, observing the surroundings. Pei Ziyun swept a glance across them. Apart from the leader, the rest of them had never seen blood before, and had no killing intent. Pei Ziyun did not make a move, but thought to himself, looks like there's really a Taoist after me. I can't make a move now. I have to get a feel of the patrolling area before I ambush them. But from what I can see, this sect's training has the shadow of an army. It's a pity that, under the current circumstances, they will never be able to become an army. Pei Ziyun continued to observe them from within the bushes. Many people thought that as long as they followed the army's training, they would be able to become an army. However, this was because they had never been exposed to actual military and political training. Training was just a way to forge iron. However, in order to forge iron, one had to have a furnace. That's why these armed men carried the shadow of an army. However, they could only look like mercenaries. Even so, it was still very scary. Which sect would dare to train their own private army? Looking at these armed men, I can be sure that they're from Dark Altar sect. From time to time, some insects would jump on the grass, and some small animals would move in the grass, making some sounds. Pei Ziyun hesitated for some time before saying, "Let's return to the sect first, then we can discuss this further." Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he waited for the masked assassin to pass. He then walked into the forest. As soon as he entered the forest, he felt his hairs stand on end. It was as if the forest was hiding something terrifying. He immediately turned around and left. Who? At this point, a swordsman turned around and saw a person retreating. The swordsman shouted, "Quick, there's someone. Fire the fireworks." Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and the ground caved in. The leader's reaction was very fast. He immediately took out a flare and was about to shoot it into the sky. At that moment, a shadow flashed, and he felt a pain in his chest. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He looked at his chest and saw that the tip of a sword had pierced through his heart. With a swing of his sword, the captain fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand to catch the firework. He glanced at it briefly before keeping it in his robes. Perhaps he still had some use for it. The people who had fallen into the ground had already pulled their feet out of the ground and were running in all directions. They were shouting loudly, as if they were trying to summon help. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly as he leapt forward. The man in front of him hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The tip of the sword had pierced through his left back. Pei Ziyun then pulled out his sword and leapt forward. The two of them shouted out in unison and retaliated with all their might. Their swords were well coordinated and looked extremely ferocious. Even their swordplay is from the army. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, but he did not slow down. With another dash, he became a blurry shadow as he swung his sword. Pooh! In the midst of the clash, a cry of agony could be heard. One of the men's right leg had been sliced open, and the wound was so deep that it reached his bones. His internal organs flowed out of his body. This man threw his sword away and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Pei Ziyun quickly changed his direction, and the sound of swords clashing could be heard. His sword pierced through another man's body, almost piercing through his heart. This man was not even as strong as the first man. With a groan, he fell to the ground dead. In a group of 5, 4 of them were killed instantly, leaving only one alive. "You won't be able to escape. We've shouted for help and people will come. You won't be able to escape." The man was trembling as he knelt on the ground and looked at Pei Ziyun. "Who are you? Dark Altar Sect, Holy Jail Sect, or Azure Mystic Sect?" Although Pei Ziyun had his guesses, he had to be sure. He then glared at the man in front of him and asked coldly. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the man gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "You're waiting for your men to come and help? But have you realized that you can't hear the sound of the insects from here?" When the man heard this, he looked at Pei Ziyun in fear and said unwillingly, "That's not possible." How could the sound isolation technique be able to isolate sound within a radius of 2 meters? "If you don't wish to die, tell me the truth," Pei Ziyun said coldly. The man still refused to speak. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. "I know. You're trying to stall for time?" As he said this, he couldn't be bothered to interrogate him any further. Instead, he swung his sword downwards. The sword gleamed as the man cried out in fear, "No! Which Taoist are you from?" "We're from Dark Altar Sect. If you kill us, you won't be able to escape." "So you're from Dark Altar Sect." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun purposely increased the speed of his sword as it sliced through the man's neck. The man's head flew up into the air, as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Pei Ziyun looked at the corpse on the ground and turned around to leave. All of a sudden, he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw another swordsman. "You've killed so many men from Dark Altar Sect and you're still thinking of leaving?" Pei Ziyun's hair stood on end as his vision turned black. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. Without thinking, he raised his sword to block the attack. The sound of swords clashing against each other could be heard as he parried the attack. Clarity! Pei Zi-yun blinked his eyes as his vision cleared up. He looked in front of him and realized that the darkness could no longer blind him. He could see a ray of sword light flying towards his forehead. Pei Zi-yun took a deep breath as he swung his sword upwards. The two of them brushed past each other. Pei Zi-yun wiped his face and realized that his face was wet with blood. The darkness dissipated. This was a combination of Dao arts and martial arts, causing Pei Zi-yun to be shocked. He then heard a laugh. I was wondering who it was. So it's Master Top Scorer. How lucky. I didn't expect to see Master Top Scorer when I came out for a breath of fresh air. Pei Zi-yun sighed. As soon as he finished sighing, he drew his sword and turned around to block the incoming attack. A ray of sword light appeared behind him. Clang! The two swords clashed. That felt good. I thought Master Top Scorer's name didn't live up to his name. But this exchange of blows was truly brilliant. The person laughed out loud. Pei Zi-yun retreated several steps and finally saw a young man charging towards him with a sword in his hand. This young Taoist had an elegant demeanor. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Overall, he could be considered handsome. However, his aquiline nose was a little damaged. His face was filled with fervor, and he didn't immediately take out his fireworks. Pei Zi-yun glanced at him and was speechless. Another two rays of cold light clashed against each other. The ground caved in as the Taoist was about to step on it. It was as if he sensed danger and wanted to escape. Pei Zi-yun turned around to leave. The Taoist looked at Pei Zi-yun and caressed his sword. He smiled. Young Master Pei, do you think you can escape? If you don't want to fight with me properly, I shall shoot out my fireworks. This time, there are many other highly skilled cultivators like me. Do you think you can escape? When Pei Zi-yun heard this, he stopped in his tracks and turned around. I didn't expect you to be a sword fanatic. Hearing Pei Zi-yun's words, the Taoist laughed. Thank you, Master Top Scorer, for your compliment. I've long heard of your reputation, and I'm very fond of your swordsmanship. Do you know that there are people in the Tao sect who call you the Little Sword Saint? I'm not happy about that. The sword is unrivaled. I'm the strongest swordsman. Whether I'm strong or not, we'll find out after we fight. Pei Zi-yun conjured his sword incantation and charged forward. Zhing zhing zhing, the two of them clashed against each other. Both of them were proficient in the art of killing. In the blink of an eye, each of them had struck out 7 times. Finally, they exchanged blows. Pei Zi-yun retreated with a groan as a small tear appeared on his robes. The Taoist was in the same situation as well. He was only slightly injured. The Taoist looked at his wound and smiled. So that's how your sword techniques are. Again. Pei Zi-yun's eyes were filled with anxiety as he charged forward once more. The swordsman shouted out and charged forward. Zheng! His sword was deflected by a few inches. Die! All of a sudden, Pei Zi-yun's sword flashed and disappeared without a trace. The swordsman groaned as he charged forward. However, he couldn't stop in time. The right side of his chest was split open, and his internal organs and blood flowed out. You've cheated, the swordsman said in disbelief. He had just realized that Pei Zi-yun's sword techniques were above his own. However, Pei Zi-yun had cheated and killed him. Didn't you cheat as well? You said you didn't want to use fireworks, but you had other ways to inform the people behind you, right? However, your sword techniques aren't bad. If you wanted to fight me, I wouldn't be able to kill you within 10 moves. Hence, I pretended that my sword techniques were better than yours, to make you happy. After that, I killed you. Pei Zi-yun then asked, What's your name? Jianen, I'll remember your name. Pei Zi-yun looked at the person in front of him. Indeed, this person's sword techniques weren't bad. Although he hadn't reached the level of a grandmaster, he was just a step away. Hearing Pei Zi-yun's words, the swordsman fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun turned around and ran towards him, thinking to himself, Jianen, the structure of Dark Altar sect is different from other Taoist sections. Based on the number of people here, it might be better to call it a martial arts sect. The outermost layer is the swordsman. They train the soldiers to be swordsmen. It's the cheapest way to train them, and the most efficient way to train them. In the middle is the sword palace. They train the most talented swordsmen. Finally, they train the Taoists. From my point of view, this is very scientific and efficient. It's a pity that it's a taboo to use imperial qi. If Xie Qingdong hadn't been able to become a sage in the previous life, Dark Altar sect would have been destroyed. Chapter 192. Of course, Pei Ziyun understood that efficiency wasn't always the best. In fact, no matter which society it was, the most efficient and effective way of organizing was usually monopolized. Anyone who dared to touch it would die. If one didn't understand this, he would be the victim of his own cleverness. When he reached a forest, Pei Ziyun reached into his robes and searched for the communication talisman to report to his sect. He took it out and tapped it on the talisman. Buzz! The talisman lit up. However, this time, the talisman didn't materialize. On the contrary, there was a crackling sound before the talisman exploded. Communication interference? Pei Ziyun paused in shock. He was familiar with this technique, but it was still shocking to see it in this world. Even the communication within the sect has been blocked. Dark Altar sect's attack has reached its climax. Damn it! They've brought it forward by so many years. Pei Ziyun punched a tree. Boom! At this point, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, carrying with it a faint sense of light. Mission: save Free Cloud Sect and become the sect leader. We've reached this stage? Pei Ziyun smiled and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He understood the system very well. Only by following the original owner's line of thought would he be able to trigger the mission. Looks like this isn't a test, but a lightning-fast strike. Dark Altar sect strategy is still negotiable. Their tactics are very direct and efficient. Underground Rima map was rolled up on the table. I think we can ambush them and kill them here. Someone pointed to the area where Pei Ziyun was and spoke. Hearing this, Elder Su pondered for a moment. At this point, a talisman lit up. The person who spoke was startled and shouted, "Not good. Pei Ziyun is here. Jianan has been killed." Elder Su stood up and looked at the map solemnly. He then ordered, "Send a message to the senior elder. Ask him if Jianan's soul has been captured and why he was killed. He just died recently. The senior elder is in a good position to receive him." This isn't the city. The response from the underworld isn't as fast as ours. Also, immediately send out the signal to gather everyone in Jianan's area to search. 5 people to a team, and 3 of them will be in a triangle formation. Find out who killed Jianan, Elder Su ordered in an orderly manner. Actually, everyone present knew that this wasn't to find out who had killed Jianan, but to find out where Pei Ziyun had gone. Hearing Elder Su's words, a person took out a communication talisman and asked. A bladesman went out and took out a flare and fired it, forming a signal. As soon as he calmed down, a Taoist hurriedly rushed in and bowed. "Elder, something happened. A group of swordsmen were killed. Senior brother Jian died in battle as well." Just as Elder Su was about to speak, another elder stepped forward. "Elder Su, the senior elder has just replied. It was Pei Ziyun who killed Jian and had used his reputation as a sword maniac to buy time. However, Pei Ziyun was able to use his scheme to kill Jian, and the soul guidance was very fast. The great elder was only 100 miles away. For the soul guidance, it would only take a few minutes. Now, he had a response. What a scoundrel! Jian An's sword techniques were considered one of the best in Sword Palace. I didn't expect him to be killed so easily. How despicable. This person has guts and is extremely lucky. His sword techniques are outstanding as well. His nickname of the Little Sword Saint is not false. The most troublesome thing is that he has a treasure. We used his fate lantern to search for him twice, and he killed our strongest swordsman. We have to be careful. What? Elder Su, what do you mean? Could it be that this person is able to locate us? Someone was shocked as he looked at Elder Su and asked, "Is this person's divine powers that strong?" Elder Su took a step forward and cleared his throat. It's not that strong. According to our intelligence, Pei Ziyun is just a Yin master and has just opened the gates of heaven. He was banished from the sect for a year because he killed Song Ji. How long has it been? How strong is this person? I'm sure Free Cloud sect managed to bypass our defenses and inform this person. Or perhaps he has some sort of treasure that can detect his own fate lantern. I'm very confident in Senior Elder's abilities. The possibility of it being a treasure is much higher. Yes, the Free Cloud sect Taoists are trapped on the mountain and can't come down. This person has no backup. Once we kill him, we can steal his soul and find out his secret. Elder Su then spoke out coldly. To be able to kill Jian An without anyone noticing, he must have mastered the way of the sword. It's said that this person's sword techniques are unparalleled. From the looks of it, it's true. We have to surround him and kill him. Elder Su then ordered, "Use the communication talisman to seal the area. This person must still be nearby and hasn't escaped yet. Immediately deploy our swordsmen to search for him. Once we locate his position, delay him for a moment. Our swordsmen and our Yin Master Taoists will surround him and kill him. We must not give him another chance to kill us." Elder Su shouted out loudly. Yes. The surrounding Taoists replied loudly. Although the altar was small, it was very orderly. It was 3 levels high and was covered with inscriptions. It shone with a faint light as it stood tall in the middle of the valley. If one were to say that it was hidden before, it was no longer hidden now. Senior Elder sat on a pillar and gazed afar before asking softly, "Have you informed the county magistrates?" "We've already informed them and used King Lu's name. Even the Crown Prince's men would have to reconsider if it's worth it for Free Cloud sect. Furthermore, the magistrates aren't considered the Crown Prince's men. Don't worry, as long as there's no imperial decree from the Emperor, or if the Crown Prince himself arrives, they won't be able to do anything within 10 days. An elder spoke out softly. "Oh, what about Pei Ziyun?" "Elder Su is commanding the troops. The men he brought are more than sufficient. The most important thing is that he's an expert in curses. With the help of his fate lantern, he should be able to kill Pei Ziyun. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if we can't kill him, as long as we hold out for 3 days, the outcome would be set. If we can't even hold out for 3 days, then he would have failed in his duties." "What about hell?" "Using the name of our sect and King Lu, we've already informed the various cities. As for the land, we've already given them the official document. Taoist sects and the heavenly deities of the imperial court aren't the same thing. Hence, we don't have to worry about any problems in this area. Furthermore, there's a barrier between the living and the living. If hell wants to interfere with the living, it would be extremely difficult. If not for the wise emperors of the previous dynasties, they would have given the next generation of emperors some pointers." "What about the shielding?" Senior Elder's face was expressionless. "Using the protective spell, we've already blocked all communication talismans. I'm sure Free Cloud sect has already discovered this. However, at this point in time, it's become an open plot. Anyone who leaves the mountain will be killed without mercy. They can only stay within the mountain." "Has the communication with the patriarchs been completed?" "It's completed. All that's left is for us to complete the ritual." As he spoke, the elder's expression turned solemn. Looks like we've prepared everything we can. Success or failure will depend on the heavens. Senior Elder stood up and stopped the elder from speaking. We still have to fear the heavens. Besides, paradise isn't easy to conquer. You and I both know that. With King Lu's token, it won't be difficult for us to break into Free Cloud Sect's paradise. King Lu will be the one to bear the brunt of the backlash. In fact, although the dynasty has inherited much from the previous dynasty, it's still a new dynasty and doesn't know much about it. If there were a dynasty that lasted for more than 50 years, nobody would be willing to work for it. The elder laughed as he looked at Free Cloud Sect. Free Cloud Sect these few days, it rained incessantly and there wasn't a single clear day. Sometimes it was heavy, sometimes it was foggy. The corridors of the Taoist monastery were filled with water. Due to the wind and rain, the water started to bubble and flow down the mountain. Amidst the wind and rain, a frightening piece of news spread throughout the Taoist monastery. Our sect has been surrounded. Whoever leaves the mountain will be killed. That night, the sect leader ate a few mouthfuls of food and rested on a chair. Someone then came in to report, "Sect leader, Elder Zhao has returned." The sect leader stood up in shock and asked, "Where's he?" "He's injured, and I've heard that he's receiving treatment. He also ate some food." The sect leader was about to leave when he thought about it and turned back to wait. At this point, the rain was getting heavier. Looking through the door, he couldn't see anything clearly. The rain beat against the trees and the steps of the stairs. Although it was a rainy day in June, it was cold enough to make people shiver. The sect leader didn't speak, and the entire place fell silent. All of a sudden, an ominous feeling crept into his heart. After some time, Zhao Ning returned. Although he had changed his clothes and had even taken a bath, he still looked battered and exhausted. There was even a wound on his left cheek, and his steps were unsteady. He entered the door and bowed to the sect leader. "Why are you still bowing? How's the situation?" The sect leader looked up at the sky. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. "There's some good news. Our sect is trying to preserve its spark. I led the team and 2 of us were sacrificed. However, the remaining 4 managed to escape and managed to reach the ship. The bad news is that the magistrate and magistrate aren't reliable. At least they won't be able to help us. Besides, our opponent is Dark Altar Sect. Their history isn't very long, only slightly longer than ours. However, they are extremely strong. Besides, our escape this time has exposed our track. It's impossible for us to escape again." When the sect leader heard this, he didn't speak. After some time, he said, "Looks like we have to defend this place to the death. Even if we manage to escape, and even if we have an island overseas, we've lost our paradise. Even if we have the manuals, we're just rogue cultivators." Zhao Ning looked at the rain and spoke plainly, "Sect leader, we Taoists have no other choice. Life and death, it's all up to the heavens. Where's Pei Ziyun?" The both of them stood there in silence as the sect leader asked. "He's blocked all messages and can't be contacted. The last time I heard he's rushing over. He's less than 100 miles away." Zhao Ning thought for some time before replying. "Actually, I hope that he doesn't rush over. Although I hate him, I have to admit that he's the most talented genius our sect has produced in the past 100 years. He's also the most talented person. Geniuses were innate talents, and talents were talent." Zhao Ning understood this very well. He then heard the sect leader say, "If we fail and our paradise is gone, the only person who can revive our sect would be him." At this moment of life and death, the sect leader got rid of his hatred and spoke the truth. When Zhao Ning heard this, he swallowed his words and sighed. Chapter 193. Elder Su chased after him that very night. The next day, he arrived at Mei Shan Town. "Elder Su, we've already investigated this person. He's hiding within the mountains." The Taoist who was standing guard beside Elder Su pointed at a dark mountain and said, "Elder Su, this is May Mountain. Although this mountain isn't big or deep, it doesn't have a proper path. Instead, it's full of jagged rocks, swift currents, and thistles. I've done some research on Pei Ziyun. He's extremely crafty and cunning. He makes use of the terrain to his advantage. Now that he's hiding in Meishan, he's reenacting what happened to King Lu. This person has entered the mountain. Should we set the mountain on fire to force him out?" a Taoist asked. Hearing this, Elder Su paused for some time. Setting the mountain on fire would cause a huge commotion. Even with King Lu's help, we wouldn't be able to suppress this matter. We have a tacit understanding with the imperial court that we can't do things rashly. Besides, if we set the mountain on fire, we might give this person a chance to escape. This should be our last resort. Elder Su, what should we do now? The Taoist asked. What's this place? It's called Meishan Town because of this Meishan. Although it's called a town, there aren't more than 200 households here. Elder Su looked coldly at Meishan before looking around the town. Is there a place to stay in this town? Elder Su, there's an inn with 7 or 8 rooms. You can stay there. There's a temple not far from here. I've taken a look, and it's not a real deity. It's a temple built by the townspeople. We can stay there. This is war. Elder Su looked at the town and couldn't see his expression. How can I stay in an inn alone? Let's go to the temple together. Everyone obeyed as the Taoist led them to the temple. Some started a fire, some cleaned up, and some bought food. Everyone ate their meals as Elder Su asked, "What's the situation with the fate lanterns?" It shows that this person has entered Meishan and stopped running. It's obvious that he's trying to take advantage of the situation to launch a counterattack. What a cunning person! Elder Su laughed coldly. It's a pity that he's too smart for his own good. The life lamp needs time and distance to cast the curse. Now that it's stopping to think of a counterattack, it's a great opportunity for me. He then ordered, after the meal, surround the mountain. Form groups of 5 and distribute the talismans. At the same time, take out the whistles and form a triangle. Elder Su, these swordsmen don't have any dermic powers and they don't know any Dao technique. If we were to use talismans, I'm afraid our lifespans would be shortened. A young Taoist stepped forward and said softly. When Elder Su heard these words, he swept a glance across. The merciful cannot command an army. Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment, and it is inevitable that they will suffer some losses. Could it be that you're too merciful? Why don't you take their place? The Taoist's face turned white as he hurriedly said, Elder, I don't dare. Elder Su then turned around and said coldly, Swordsmen, split into groups of 2, and arrange for flexible patrols. Since Jian is dead, the 7 of you shall split into 3 groups, and the last one shall stay behind. The few Taoists present replied loudly, Yes, Elder Su. Several Taoists wielded their swords and charged towards the mountain. Elder Su then spoke out, Today shall be the day this man dies. I didn't expect him to be so daring. He even dared to attack from the mountain. We've been waiting for him to strike. It's a pity that Jian was killed by this man. Elder Su is right. This man is fearless and unbridled. However, if he comes across us, Dark Altar sect, it would be hard for him to escape death. Hearing these words, everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Elder Su then waved his hands. Everyone, stay alert. We haven't killed this man yet. How can we relax? We must not let him escape. Elder Su, this man is extremely strong and powerful. We can't afford to let him escape. Now that we have the time and distance to cast our spells, let's not waste any more time. A Taoist on the left spoke out. Elder Su nodded his head. Let's not waste any more time. You're right. This man has already become a Yin master, and most likely has some treasures. Ordinary Dao techniques would not be able to work on him. I have a nightmare spell, which can cause him to hallucinate. He would not be able to tell the difference between reality and illusion. However, I won't be able to maintain it for long. I implore everyone to help me out. Elder Su stretched out his hands and retrieved a bone weapon. With a single tap, a sizzle sound could be heard as the bone weapon was engulfed in green flames. The emerald green flames spread across the entire bone weapon, before turning into a black mist. Within the mist, many faces could be seen struggling. Elder Su then used the bone weapon to point at the fate lantern. The flames on the fate lantern turned green as well. It was difficult to tell the difference between reality and illusion. Elder Su's face started to perspire. When the two Taoists saw this, they knew that this man's resistance was extremely strong. Boom! The emerald green flames expanded several times in size. May Mountain Forest 5 knife-wielding men were searching the forest. They had looks of anger on their faces, as they held their knives in their hands. Although they were newbies, it was clear that they had been through strict training. Every single one of them had a strong physique, and their movements were quick and agile. Although it was getting late, the knife-wielding men were still in a state of readiness. Their eyes were sharp and their eyes were sharp. They were full of energy, and were constantly on guard against the shadows. At this point, a shadow appeared behind them. One of the knife-wielding men seemed to have heard some movement, and turned to look behind him. There was nothing behind him. He then heaved a sigh of relief and continued searching. All of a sudden, a hand appeared and grabbed the knife-wielding man's neck. The knife-wielding man wanted to struggle, but he felt a cold sensation on his neck, as though something was flowing out. The shadow quietly let go of the knife-wielding man before following the rest of the men. "Chungin, did you discover anything?" one of the knife-wielding men asked as he turned around. All of a sudden, he felt his hair stand on end. A man was standing right in front of him, and was about to scream out loud. His mouth was clamped shut, and he was unable to make a sound. A sword pierced through his heart, and a soft, pu sound could be heard. He gently placed the corpse on the ground. The leader then felt that something was amiss. The footsteps had lessened, and there seemed to be some movement. His hair stood on end as he shouted, "There's someone behind us, get into formation." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Pei Ziyun pouncing towards him. He had a mysterious aura around him, and the two knife-wielding men were terrified as they tried to escape. The shadow of Pei Ziyun flashed, and the two knife-wielding men fell to the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The leader hurriedly whistled and pulled out a firework bomb. The sword flashed once again, and with a pu sound, the firework pierced through the chest of the knife-wielding men. The leader spat out large mouthfuls of blood, as a talisman started to burn. Damn it! Pei Ziyun had no time to stop them. His shadow flashed, and he disappeared into the forest once more. 300 meters away, the two swordsmen pointed their compass in a certain direction. The swordsmen looked at each other, before one of them blew a whistle and sprinted over. Following the whistle, the surrounding men started to close in on each other, and the net started to tighten. However, even if I want to tighten the net, it has to be able to catch the fish. If it's a paper net, no matter how tight it is, what's the use? Based on my current strength, only the swordsmen of the Sword Palace would be able to catch me. Now that these knife-wielding men are weaker, I shall kill them one by one. Once I've killed all of them, I shall rush back to the sect. Pei Ziyun sensed all of this, and wasn't worried at all. He then disappeared into the night like a specter. At this point, a group of 5 was moving in a line, and their speed doubled. At this point, one of them screamed and flipped over. With a loud thud, he fell 10 feet away, and let out a groan as his body curled up and fell to the ground. The remaining 4 were so shocked that they stopped in their tracks. The sky was dark, and the few of them did not see the reason. One of them walked closer and said, "It's a rope." Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a groan, as though he had been struck by lightning. he screamed, "There's a hidden weapon!" The remaining 3 people were scared out of their wits. Immediately, they scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in 3 different directions. One of them whistled, but he had only whistled a few times when a sword light flashed past his right flank. His abdomen was split open, and his intestines were spilled. Idiot! This kind of threat is worse than the eunuchs surrounding the mountain. Because there are so many people in the imperial court, the death of a few dozen people is as easy as plucking a strand of hair from their bodies. Any highly skilled martial artist who is trapped in a sea of people strategy would be killed or captured after a few days or even a few months of continuous attack. Your kung fu is slightly higher than the soldiers, but against me, who has Dao techniques and even grandmaster swordsmanship, you are almost as useless as the soldiers. Thus, this is the value of the soldiers. But how many of you are compared to the soldiers? What was the proper way of war? The proper way of war was to use numbers to defeat the weak. Pei Ziyun was a military strategist and not a competitor. Naturally, he would not have a fair duel. If one were to talk about fairness, it would be unfair to have a few dozen people fighting against one person. Pei Ziyun's expression was indifferent. He turned around and heard 2 cries of pain. He had killed another 2 people. At this point, he started to strip off his clothes. Although there was still some blood after being killed, it was still possible for 5 people to form a set. He put it on and disappeared into the forest. Crickets could be heard chirping in the forest. From afar, he could hear some indistinct sounds. A group of swordsmen were holding torches in their hands. From time to time, they would stab into the bushes and observe their surroundings. The team leader felt that something was amiss. He raised his hand and looked into the distance. Group 9 is not responding? The team leader had a serious look on his face. Everyone around him held their breaths as their hearts raced. The entire place was silent. One of the swordsmen took a step forward. "Yes, team leader. There's no response." The team leader passed the whistle to the swordsman and ordered, "Something might have happened up ahead. Blow the whistle again and see if you can contact them." The team leader said as he took out a firework from within his robes. He looked at the pitch-black forest in front of him and walked a few steps. His forehead was beaded with sweat when he saw some movement. The team leader pulled out his sword and asked coldly, "Who is it?" The 5 of them pulled out their swords and looked up. They saw a swordsman stumbling out of the forest. His body was covered in wounds and he cried out for help. "Quick, fire the firework, Pei Ziyun is chasing after us." "What?" The team leader raised the firework in his hand and was about to fire it when the swordsman pulled out his sword and stabbed forward. "Pooh!" The swordsman pulled his sword back, and the team leader groaned as he fell to the ground. He was not dead yet and was gasping for breath. "Quick, fire the whistle." The swordsman behind him took out his whistle and blew it. Pei Ziyun then pointed a finger at the swordsman. The swordsman's body stiffened, as though he had been struck by lightning. Pei Ziyun's shadow flickered as he pounced forward. "Kill!" 2 swordsmen pounced forward from the left and right. One of the swordsmen stepped forward and took the whistle from the swordsman who had been restrained by Dao spells. He wanted to call for help. Pei Ziyun's eyes turned cold as he swung his sword. The sound of metal clanging against metal could be heard. The 2 swordsmen screamed out in pain, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The 2 swordsmen trembled as fresh blood spurted out. They fell to the ground. Chapter 194. Kill! Pei Ziyun dodged past him as the head of the assassin who had taken the whistle flew off his neck. The whistle fell to the ground and rang loudly. The assassin who had been imprisoned by his Dao arts was finally able to move. His eyes were filled with hatred as he charged forward. "Kill!" The sword gleamed as blood flowed out from the assassin's throat. The assassin clutched at his throat as he gasped for breath. Pei Ziyun had killed 5 people in a row. He then tore a piece of cloth from the assassin's body and wiped the blood off his face. He then laughed coldly. They're just people who came here to die. He then turned around and left. A cry of agony could be heard coming from the forest ahead. Soon after, a firework was shot into the sky. The two swordsmen were shocked as they rushed forward. The stench of blood permeated the air as an eagle perched on top of a tree and looked down at the forest below. Hua! The two swordsmen walked in and saw that the ground was covered in blood. 5 assassins were lying on the ground. How terrifying! He killed a whole group of people in an instant. There's still one alive? The swordsman looked up and noticed that the leader was still gasping for breath. They looked at each other before one of the swordsmen stepped forward. He examined the leader carefully before placing his hand on the leader's body and asked, "What happened? Where did that person run off to?" "SSSSSS." The leader's hand was covered in blood. He wanted to say something but couldn't speak. Seeing the state the leader was in, the swordsman couldn't get anything out of him. The swordsman then tapped the leader's forehead. The leader groaned as blood flowed out from all his orifices. The swordsman then gently closed the leader's eyes before sighing, "You've all died for Dark Altar sect. Rest in peace." As the swordsman spoke, they heard some noises and looked towards the forest. They couldn't see anything clearly in the dense forest. In the sky, a wild bird was startled and flew up into the sky, breaking the silence of the night. Something's not right. The swordsmen were shocked as he pulled out a firework and shot it into the sky. Whoosh! The firework shot up into the sky and exploded. This was a signal to gather people, as several groups of assassins started to gather around. Mountain deity temple. After some time, the place changed again. The ground was swept clean, but the pines and cypresses were dark and gloomy. Someone rushed in, report, 3 groups of people have been killed. Only one escaped. Elder Su's hands did not stop moving, nor did he speak. The emerald green flames had already seeped into the Taoist's body, but before it could seep through, a Taoist's expression changed. This person's martial arts skills and craftiness are beyond our expectations. Another Taoist with some status asked, "Is the Tao technique not ready yet? If this goes on, I'm afraid the people we sent out will all be killed. We've already lost a lot of people." "Elder Su, you're still working on it. This child seems to have some sort of barrier, so the effect isn't enough. You need to go a step further before you can use it on his soul." Just as they were talking, they suddenly heard a "pa" sound from the fate lantern, as if someone had made a sound similar to a bamboo joint. Although it was not loud, it was enough to make their hearts tremble. Then, a gust of chilly wind blew over, bringing with it a fishy smell. Everyone looked over and saw that the life lantern was covered in black gas. There was even a hint of blood in it. Layer by layer, it seeped into the flame on the life lantern. In an instant, it turned green, but the center was still the same. This person's determination is too strong. He's only succeeded after so long. Elder Su stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He then spoke to the 2 Taoists, "You guys maintain it for now. When I've caught my breath, I'll take over. Once there's no more external help, we won't be able to maintain it. This person will then expel the spell." As he spoke, a bright light flashed, illuminating the entire area. A thunderous sound rang out, causing the entire room to tremble. Elder Su then ordered, "In the past, I didn't expect him to be this strong. But now, he's been trapped in an illusion. He can't tell the difference between reality and illusion. He's even able to kill a child. Now I order all teams to search for him. If you see him, kill him immediately. Do not think of capturing him alive. This person's martial arts are too terrifying. Use the talismans to inform all teams. We're doing something important now. Losing a little of their lifespan is nothing." "Yes." The surrounding Taoists immediately used the talismans to relay the order. Some time later, some rain fell into the forest, splashing onto the leaves of the trees. The sound of rain splashing could be heard. The swordsmen were holding torches, which had been specially prepared. The torches would not be extinguished for the time being. The 10 or so swordsmen looked at the corpse on the ground and shouted, "Avenge our brother! Kill this person and avenge our brother!" The 2 swordsmen saw that everyone's morale was high and nodded their heads. All of a sudden, a talisman transmitted a message to them. When they finished reading it, they laughed coldly. "The elder has successfully cast the curse. This person won't be able to escape. I've always wanted to fight with this person. The fact that he killed Jian and makes my blood boil." Another swordsman spoke out, his face was filled with excitement. The older swordsman laughed. "This time, the sect has ordered us to kill this person. Don't think of fighting him alone. We have to work together to kill him. If not, we'll spoil the plan and be in big trouble." At the same time, several Taoists wielded their swords and charged towards them. Some distance away, 5 people were moving cautiously. They looked to be older, around 30 years of age. 2 of them were in front, while the other 2 were behind. The one in the middle was in command. They were divided into 3 groups, and each group was 5 steps apart from each other. The person in front signaled for the others to be on guard. The person behind raised his sword and stared at the bushes in front of them. For a long time, there was no sound. The person in the middle gave a humph and waved his left hand. "Shoot the concealed weapons." Pu. The concealed weapons were shot out, hitting the leaves and causing them to fall to the ground. There was no sound at all. The 5 of them relaxed a little as they got closer to scout. A ray of sword light flashed. The swordsman in front did not let his guard down. With a loud shout, he raised his sword and blocked the sword. However, a strong force penetrated through the sword, causing it to tilt to the side. A shadow appeared, and the sword tip pierced through Pei Ziyun's back. Pei Ziyun pulled his sword out, a cold smile on his face. The 3 people behind him attacked at the same time. However, they were too late. The sword light dimmed, and the left arm of the swordsman on the left was sliced off. Without any resistance, the sword light pierced through his abdomen. With a twist, all his internal organs were crushed. Kill. The 2 of them took advantage of the fact that their swords were stuck in their bodies. Just as they were about to attack, their bodies trembled and they lost control of their bodies. The sword light flashed again, and the 2 of them screamed as they fell to the ground. After entering the Yin Master stage, my Tao arts have become faster and faster. I can even use my martial arts in a split second. These 5 people are obviously stronger than the newbies from before. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would be able to hold out for some time. However, with the help of my Tao arts, they are like paper tigers. I'm very satisfied with the paralysis technique. My fighting prowess has improved once again. The last person threw a firework into the sky. The firework flew into the sky and exploded. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. He had already figured out Dark Altar Sect's sword technique. Just as he was about to attack, all of a sudden, his vision darkened and everything disappeared. He felt as though the heavens and earth had changed, and his eyes lit up again. After throwing the firework, he shouted out and charged forward. He had the intention to perish together with Pei Ziyun. Seeing that Pei Ziyun wasn't moving at all, he was overjoyed and struck out with his sword. Pei Ziyun's entire body trembled. He instinctively dodged and a lock of hair fell off his head. The scene before his eyes changed once again. He saw a tall building with cars passing by. He was sitting in a car, looking as though he had just taken a nap. He was in a daze. Was I dreaming? Pei Ziyun shook his head and reached out to pick up the newspaper. However, he felt that something wasn't right. Boom! The scene before him shattered into pieces. The scene before his eyes turned back into a forest. The swordsman's sword was about to pierce through. Pooh! Pei Ziyun leapt forward, but only managed to slash his back. Blood started to flow and he felt a burning sensation. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Pooh! The swordsman's abdomen was pierced through, and blood started to flow out. Go to hell. Pei Ziyun knew that something was wrong. He didn't hold back any longer and charged forward. The swordsman's face was contorted in anger. The swordsman's sword flashed, and the two of them separated. The swordsman's neck was bleeding profusely. Ah! Pei Ziyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he couldn't see anything. He then placed his hand on the wound on his back and stumbled towards the forest. Ding! A bell rang and Pei Ziyun opened his eyes. He was in a bedroom. On the right was a bookshelf filled with books. On the left was a study table with a workbook open. Pei Ziyun was at a loss. Am I a student? No, something feels wrong. Pei Ziyun opened the door. The corridor was empty, and there wasn't a single soul in sight. Is anyone there? Pei Ziyun shouted, but no one answered. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Pei Ziyun was overjoyed and hurried over to take a look. There wasn't a single soul in the corridor, and he felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and was about to continue when he stopped. Something's not right. Something's not right. Let me think. Stars transposition. Boom. Everything in front of him shattered, and Pei Ziyun realized that he was lying on top of a small stream. There was a thunderous rumble, but the rain did not stop. Raindrops fell from the leaves of the stream, and he could still hear the voices of people. A row of people were dressed in raincoats, and the torches had already been extinguished. He could hear the cries of safe and sound, and after a while, someone else shouted, safe and sound. The net was getting tighter and tighter. If it was any other day, as Pei Ziyun had said, this net would be as thin as paper, and would break easily. Furthermore, he had already killed half of them. But now, even though he had used the star's transposition to break through the net, he could feel the darkness surrounding him, as if it was trying to pull him in. It's dangerous here, I have to get out of here. Should I thank the rain for washing away my voice and my tracks? Pei Ziyun knew that if he were to fall here, he would die. Ignoring the rain and mud, he continued to run. While he was conscious, he thought, have I been afflicted by a nightmare? No matter what it is, it's obvious that the star's transposition has protected my consciousness. I remember that I was so close to leveling up. Once I reached the 3rd level, I would be able to protect myself better. Thinking this way, he felt heavy, dizzy, nauseous, and unable to vomit anything out. He saw a patch of reeds in front of him, and without thinking, he pounced on it and rolled on the ground. His entire body was covered in mud, and he laid there unmoving. Boom! His vision turned black again, and the world sank. Chapter 195. The wind carried with it a misty rain. Everyone who was running, even if they were wearing straw raincoats, were completely drenched. A swordsman took out a bottle of wine and drank a few mouthfuls before ordering. He has fallen under the elder's spell. He can't escape. Quick, search carefully. Many people were shouting out as well. Groups of people were no longer cautious and started to search through the forest. A swordsman was lying on the ground and could smell the scent of blood. He then shouted, "This person is injured. Quick, it's this direction. Chase after him." A group of people continued to search, looking extremely haggard in the wind and rain. The elevator door opened, revealing a corridor. Every few meters there was a wall lamp, but the light was dim. It was obvious that the corridor was long. Pei Ziyun continued to move forward. After walking for 20 meters, he turned a corner. All of a sudden, a black shadow flashed past him, sending chills down his spine. It's here again! Star's transposition. Everything in front of him shattered as Pei Ziyun opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was that the sky had brightened. Dark clouds covered the entire mountain. Rain fell on his face as he opened his mouth to suck in the rainwater. Gradually, He regained consciousness and realized that he was lying in a patch of reeds, leaning against a rock. If one did not look carefully, one would not have noticed. The sorcery is actually used to draw people into a frightening situation, just like brewing wine. There are many ways to destroy it. The best way is to destroy it with brute force and not to see through it. I've broken the second part of the plot time after time, and had to start all over again. That's why I'm not affected. It should be daybreak soon, right? Just as he was thinking about this, a loud boom could be heard. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, revealing the shadows of several people searching for him. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of him, as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, carrying with it a faint sense of light. Divine powers. Stars transposition level 2, 99.9% completed. It's almost done. The books I've read outside have helped me increase my reputation. Quick, search this patch of reeds. Use your sabers to chop them. The bladesman in the straw raincoat was also exhausted. He used his saber to chop the reeds, causing them to fall one after another. One of the bladesmen was completely drenched. He wore a straw raincoat and chopped down the reeds. A gust of wind blew, and he chopped down a patch of reeds. The reeds fell down, revealing an empty space. The two of them looked at each other. The swordsman was stunned. Pei Zi-yun waved his sword, and fresh blood spurted out from the man's neck, splattering onto the reeds. The rest of the swordsmen were stunned. In the next second, some of them bent over, some of them chopped the reeds, some of them still had bread in their mouths, and all of them remained motionless. In the next second, someone shouted, "Found him! Quickly kill this thief!" Following the shout, more than 10 swordsmen swarmed in. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun was nonchalantly holding onto his sword and leaning against the rock, none of them dared to approach him. Kill! After being stunned for a few seconds, a swordsman charged forward. Pei Zi-yun closed his eyes as the numbers on his information interface jumped. Divine powers. Stars transposition level 2, 100% completed. Pei Zi-yun did not hesitate as he stretched out his hand and tapped on the information interface. Immediately, the numbers changed. Divine powers. Stars transposition level 3. The moment he reached the third level, the black mist in front of him thinned by half. Only a few shadows could be seen. Although these shadows were illusions, they did not affect what was real or fake. Go to hell! The swordsman charged towards him, his blade intent rising. Haha, what a joke! Pei Zi-yun's shadow flickered, and transformed into a shadow. In an instant, he was already at the right side of the swordsman's waist. With a slash of his sword, the swordsman's waist was sliced open. Flash! Under the night sky, a bright light flashed through the reeds. The sword light pierced through, and Pei Zi-yun had already changed positions. Ugh! The three of them screamed out in pain. Their bodies swayed, and their blades fell to the ground. Stop! 2 swordsmen charged towards him. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere as the sword light flashed, pierced through the air, and collided with each other. It did not stop for even a second, and then suddenly stopped. Pei Zi-yun changed positions, and his sword slashed downwards. The right side of his shirt was split open, as though it had been cut by the sword. The 2 swordsmen were still standing, but suddenly knelt down. Their bodies twitched, and fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. Your sword techniques are not bad, especially when the 2 of you work together. Indeed, you can match me in terms of sword technique. Furthermore, you are Taoists and are wary of Tao arts. But so what? Pei Zi-yun looked around arrogantly. His heart was filled with anger. He revealed a sinister smile. You are not strong enough. As long as I continue to attack, I will not give you any time to breathe. My 7th sword will cause you to be unable to use your inner chi, and my 8th sword will kill you. Adapting to the situation, asymmetrical attacks, and lethal attacks. This is the art of war. If you don't study the art of war, you can't command an army. How can you be skilled in martial arts? You are all trash. Pei Ziyun charged forward. Now, let me send you all on your way. Sand technique. His shadow charged forward, and the swordsman did not understand what he was saying, but he instinctively waved his blade and shouted. When two soldiers met, it was either you die or I die. Pooh, the two of them charged forward, but after taking 3 to 4 steps, they fell heavily to the ground. The flash of the sword was like lightning, and in a split second it struck the other side. Clang! The swordsman's blade flew out a few inches, and an opening was revealed. The flash of the sword flashed again, and a head flew into the air. Paralysis technique. Pei Ziyun retreated and turned to the side. He did not want to follow the momentum of the attack. Rather than injuring all 10 fingers, I might as well cut off 1 finger and kill the wings. I will concentrate all my firepower on one point. All of you go to hell. The sword flashed to the left, and 2 swordsmen groaned as they fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. At this point, the remaining swordsman and Taoist finally broke down. They screamed, turned around and fled. Destroy the enemy's formation, and then chase after them. Pei Ziyun roared in anger and chased after them. These few days of being chased and ambushed, he was finally enraged. Die! The flash of the sword flashed, and one of the swordsmen who was trying to escape groaned. He took 3 steps forward and staggered 2. Blood flowed out of his guts, and he fell forward. Mountain Deity Temple, Pooh! Elder Su felt as though he had been struck by lightning, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 Taoists opposite him groaned as they fell backward. Elder Su, what's wrong? Someone hurriedly helped him up. I'm fine. Pei Ziyun's treasure has increased in strength by several times, and Tao arts can no longer interfere with it. We've suffered a backlash. Quick, take a look at them. Elder Su shouted out loudly, and the rest of the people immediately rushed forward to help them up. The 2 Taoists' bodies were still warm, and their hearts were still breathing. However, there was no response, as though they were the living dead. Elder Su stretched out his hands to push them, but there was no response. His heart sank to rock bottom. Elder Su, it just showed that the people we sent into the forest are all dead. There's no response from the talisman. Someone reported in panic. Elder Su did not ask any further questions, as he understood everything. Pei Ziyun had already broken free from the spell, and killed all the swordsmen and swordsmen. This was something he had never expected. One of the Taoists was running around in circles and mumbling, "What should we do? What should we do? Do not panic." Elder Su had already calmed down. Pei Ziyun has been through hundreds of battles, and has killed countless people. Our sect has a long history, and we've been through many battles. However, these new disciples don't have the experience of killing such a powerful swordsman. That's why they failed. But we've managed to defend the forest for 3 days. That's a victory. Elder Su said. When another Taoist heard these words, he calmed down. Elder Su is right. This has taught us a lesson. Against such a powerful swordsman, we can't treat him like a normal person. Another Taoist's voice was hoarse. Initially, Senior Elder said that if we can't kill him, we can hold him off for 3 days. I had some doubts about this, but now I understand. If we can't kill him, we won't be able to escape his wrath. Elder Chen nodded his head. Our mission is to kill or hold him off for 3 days. Time's up. All of you should retreat quickly. There's no need to wait any longer. I shall bring the rest of the people to hold him off. Elder Su gave the order, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He was the leader, and this was a huge loss for him. If he were to escape, he would be punished when he returned to the sect. If he were to resist, he might be able to salvage the situation. AI, Tao Master Een Master can't become an Earth Immortal, and only has a lot of energy. Most of his abilities are in the underworld. How depressing. Another Taoist said helplessly. All right, there's no need to speak further. Let's leave now. Elder Su ordered. The longer we delay, the more dreams we have. Quick, quick. At this point, a cold laugh could be heard. Do you think you can escape? Who's there? The swordsman who was guarding the Taoist charged towards him and drew his sword. It's you? Elder Su's face fell as he looked ahead. A shadow had appeared at the door. His robes were torn and tattered, and were stained with blood. Pei Ziyun walked in through the door, smiling savagely. I've found you guys. Indeed you're here. Killing an elder from Dark Altar sect effortlessly. How delightful. Seeing the person in front of him speak such words, Elder Su replied coldly, Pei Ziyun, you've arrived so quickly. Indeed, you've exceeded my expectations. But do you really think you can kill us? I've already killed so many people. Why should I be afraid of the four of you? Pei Ziyun laughed. Do you think I'll let you off? As long as I kill you, I'll be able to kill all 20 of you. The pressure on the sect will be greatly reduced. The entire area was filled with a thick killing intent as their auras clashed against each other. Is that so? You can't kill us yet. Elder Su looked at Pei Ziyun intently as he pointed out with his finger. All of a sudden, vines shot out from the door and the ground, wrapping around Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun leapt forward and his sword flashed. Sparks flew all over the place, as the sound of metal clashing could be heard. A part of the vine fell off, but grew back like a venomous snake, wrapping itself around Pei Ziyun. Elder Chen. Seeing this, a Taoist called out in a low voice. Elder Su shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun was somewhat astonished. He didn't expect to see such a technique being used. He then asked, How long can you last for? Elder Su cleared his throat and replied, Pei Ziyun, you're indeed a genius. However, you're from a small sect. How could you possibly understand the techniques of Dark Altar sect? Elder Su cleared his throat and replied, Pei Ziyun, you're indeed a genius. However, you're from a small sect. How could you possibly understand the techniques of Dark Altar sect? Chapter 196. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The chains had lost their trajectory, and seemed even more dangerous than before. Pei Ziyun squinted his eyes, and was about to step forward when he saw the flash of a sword. The swordsman pounced forward, and was as cunning as the poisonous vines. You're asking for death. Pei Ziyun pounced forward. Zing! The swords clashed, and a strange force pushed the swordsman off course. Pei Ziyun's body flipped over, and he heard a piu sound as the swordsman's intestines spilled out. Blood flowed all over the ground. The swordsman was still struggling as he screamed in pain. Something's not right. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Pei Ziyun smelled a strange odor, and heard a rustling sound. His face fell. Primordial Spirit Imperial Sword, go! A ray of sword light flashed out, and the air around him emitted a sharp whistling sound. An icy cold aura enveloped his entire body, and he pounced forward. The vines tried to block him, but when they came into contact with the sword light, they were smashed into pieces. Pei Ziyun was revealed. He looked as if he had just traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, and crossed the boundaries of yin and yang. His face was pale, and his lips were purple. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and he had no time to rest. He fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Boom! The entire mountain deity temple was blasted into the sky. The three Taoists rushed out and looked up. One of them gave a cold snort before laughing. This man must be dead. Elder Su waved his hands. His fate lantern has been destroyed, and I can't feel anything. But let's retreat. If he's dead, there's no need to check. If he's alive, there's no need to check. They ran into the forest, and Elder Su looked around and saw that there was no movement. He then retrieved a talisman. Let's use the light talisman and leave. The talisman lit up and exploded into flames. One of the Taoists exclaimed, "Not good, I've lost control of my Tao technique." Before he could finish his sentence, the sword light flashed, and the three Taoists' faces turned green. The Taoist who had just spoken screamed in pain, as his head flew off his shoulders. Another Taoist reacted, and a sword pierced through his back, revealing the tip of the sword. The remaining two did not move. Elder Su's face turned ashen. "How is this possible? I set up explosives and used the thorn's art to stop you. More importantly, I set up a self-destructing art on your fate lamp. If it were to be destroyed in an instant, your soul would definitely be damaged and you would not be able to move. Haha, it's a pity you're wrong." Pei Ziyun said in a low voice, "I have a way to suppress it. But I won't tell you this method." Looking at Elder Su's twisted face, he suddenly laughed out loud. His voice was filled with disdain. "You want to die? Go back and tell your soul? I'm telling you, dream on. You're een master, but I can tell that you're proficient in the art of spells. How much martial arts do you have? Not everyone is like me, proficient in martial arts and Tao technique. Otherwise, Dark Altar Sect wouldn't have set up a sword palace and a blade master apart from the Taoists. Wouldn't it be better to learn together? I've already given you the time and opportunity to cast your spell. Go." Elder Su's face twitched. "Don't be too happy. We've already blocked your path for several days. You won't make it in time. Your sect is now in ruins. Even if you go back, you won't be able to see anything." As he spoke, a blurry shadow appeared in the air, as it pounced towards Pei Ziyun. However, when it collided with Pei Ziyun, a loud boom was heard, as though it had hit a barrier and exploded. Pei Ziyun grunted as he swung his sword. With a pew sound, a head flew into the air, as fresh blood spurted out from it. Cough, cough, cough. Pei Ziyun finally revealed a look of exhaustion, as he coughed violently. Alter, it was raining, as raindrops fell onto the ground. A row of swordsmen stood upright, their bodies drenched in sweat. None of them moved an inch. There were umbrellas, all for the elders. An elder ran over from a cave not too far away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he bowed to the senior elder. "Senior elder, Elder Su and his men have perished." Hearing this, a commotion broke out among the crowd as they looked at the great elder. The great elder stood there. His eyebrows were furrowed and his face was expressionless. After a long time, he let out a dry laugh. He stole the fate lantern and was killed by someone else. So what if he's dead? Command the men at the foot of the mountain to attack Free Cloud Sect. Yes. Someone immediately used a talisman to inform the senior elder. At this point, the sounds of battle could be heard. When the senior elder heard this, he turned around and looked at the altar. The altar was already completed and was glowing brightly. Occasionally there would be a spark of fire. He then sighed. Paradise's protective barrier is indeed very tight. Not to mention us, even if the Earth Immortals were to attack, they would be severely injured. Fortunately, we still have 2 cards. The senior elder took out an insignia. It was blood red and had a tinge of flesh to it. It looked as though it was alive. Looking at the insignia, the surrounding elders were in a commotion. The senior elder stretched out his hands, and everyone quietened down. The senior elder placed the insignia on the altar and retreated. He then turned around to the elders and instructed, "Activate the spell." Boom. Everyone circulated their energy and channeled it into the altar. At that point, the altar lit up, and the blood-red color of the insignia grew thicker. "Patriarch, please descend," the senior elder shouted out as everyone knelt down. Boom. The insignia exploded, transforming into a human shadow. This shadow was translucent, and could be seen by the naked eye. He looked at the senior elder and asked, "Where is King Lu's insignia?" "Here." The senior elder stepped forward and handed the insignia over. The shadow didn't take the insignia. Instead, the light from the senior elder illuminated the insignia with a red and yellow chi. Under King Lu's command, we are to destroy paradise. The senior elder knelt down once again. The red and yellow chi transformed into a red snake with a horn on it. It coiled around the shadow's body. The shadow groaned, as though he was in discomfort. Without hesitation, he fell to the ground. The light dissipated as he charged into the ground. Boom! Everything in front of him was pitch black before it turned bright again. The shadow descended and transformed into a human. He was wearing a crown of stars, and his entire body was glowing with a red light. He had an indescribable aura about him, and caused fear to well up in anyone who saw him. The man looked up and saw a tear in the sky. Spiritual chi was seeping out of the tear, and yet the tear was mending itself. There was a faint glow that descended from the sky, and separated the darkness around it. When the glow landed on the ground, it transformed into a cloud of mist that flowed in, revealing an empty space. It was about 10 square kilometers wide, and there was a mountain in it. Although it was called a mountain, it wasn't very tall. Around the mountain, there were many strange flowers and trees, as well as a large field. On top of the field, there was a majestic structure. This structure was bathed in a faint red glow. The doors and windows of the pavilions were all lit up, as though they were filled with candles. One of the pavilions was so tall that it seemed to be supporting the sky. At this point, a bolt of lightning struck the man's body. Boom! The man raised his hand and let out a low roar. The small flood dragon seemed to be enraged as it roared, carrying with it an imposing aura. Following which, a giant several meters tall stepped out from the main hall. He was dressed in a royal robe, and was none other than the true sovereign of Free Cloud sect. He looked at the man in front of him warily. Dark Alter Sex Earth Immortal Incarnation? Although you became an Earth Immortal when you were alive, and is much stronger than a corpse, but now that you're in my paradise, how much strength do you have? Hearing the true sovereign's words, the Earth Immortal Incarnation didn't reply. He looked around at his paradise and laughed. The incense in the sky is not bad, and the earth chi is not bad either. This is indeed a piece of paradise. Although your foundation is weak, you still have some luck. You've been conferred a title by the imperial court. Furthermore, you have a genius within your sect who hasn't grown up yet. If you were given more time, you might be able to build up your foundation and evolve into a paradise. It's a pity that you're about to be destroyed. Hearing the Taoist's words, the true sovereign's imperial chi started to appear around him. The small flood dragon was a little confused and fearful, but it was eager to try. Set up the array, the true sovereign commanded. Immediately, more than 10 people appeared beside him, and formed into an array. At once, a huge array appeared in the sky, covering up all the cracks in the sky. The spiritual chi within the area was blocked off, and a huge pressure was exerted on the true sovereign. What a joke! Do you think a mere array can trap an Earth Immortal? The Earth Immortal Incarnation laughed out. The small flood dragon flew out and roared. With a sweep of its wings, the true sovereign attacked the true sovereign, causing the entire paradise to shake violently. The true sovereign spoke out. Do you think you're the only one who has imperial chi? The imperial chi surrounding the true sovereign started to swirl around him, forming an imperial edict above his head, glowing brightly. The Earth Immortal Incarnation pointed out, "Go!" The small flood dragon pounced forward, fighting against the true sovereign and the imperial edict. At the next moment, the Earth Immortal Incarnation spun around and appeared beside a person. With a single grab, he pierced through the person. The person screamed out in pain as a huge hole appeared in his body. He only managed to hold on for a moment before he exploded. Kill. The rest of the people attacked at the same time. Inscriptions landed on the Earth Immortal Incarnation's body. Every time the inscriptions landed on the Earth Immortal Incarnation's body, it would turn into a rain of fire. Heaven's relay station, 10,000 revolutions. Slay all ghosts and slay all gods. Those who hate me shall die. Those who betray me shall perish. The earth immortal's incarnation chanted an incantation, and an umbrella appeared. It hovered above his head and spun. When the talismans hit the umbrella, they all turned into fireworks. The earth immortal incarnation laughed out loud as he pounced towards a female immortal and attacked her. The female immortal screamed out as she turned around to face the attack. A loud boom could be heard as the female immortal was sent flying. She was in midair when she screamed, "Senior brother, save me!" Before she could finish her sentence, a ray of cold light pierced through her. She screamed out in pain as she exploded. Junior sister? The earth immortal incarnation had killed 2 immortal spirit. The rest of them were shocked and furious. There were only about 10 of them in paradise. The true sovereign then ordered, "Attack." As soon as the order was given, a ray of red light shot out from the main hall and landed heavily on the umbrella. The umbrella started to glow brightly before it exploded with a loud boom. The aftermath of the attack hit the earth immortal incarnation, causing the light around his body to flicker. It took a long time before it stabilized. "You're indeed powerful. Although I don't know what method you used to unleash such an attack, to be able to shatter my protective treasure, how many more times can you unleash such an attack?" The earth immortal incarnation revealed a cold smile as his heart sank. This was the first time he had attacked another paradise. He didn't expect the suppressive force to be so strong. His strength had been reduced by several times. It would be difficult for him to kill all these people one by one. He had to wait and see if his sect would be able to take down Free Cloud sect. If they could, paradise would be reduced by several times, and it would be difficult to defend against them. Chapter 197. The sound of the bell rang out. It was deep and melodious, echoing through the rain. "Patriarch is warning us, hurry!" Someone shouted out an order. The sect leader and the rest rushed to the entrance of the sect. The sky had just turned dark, but the lights behind them were already lit up. Soon after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. "How are the preparations?" The sect leader looked down the mountain. The mountain wasn't tall, and there was a lake at the foot of the mountain. He could see everything within 5 kilometers. An elder spoke out, "Once we close the door, we can use logs and stones. We don't have the golden liquid that can be used to attack the city. However, we have the poisonous liquid that can be used to attack the city. Its effects are not inferior to the golden liquid. The protective spell on the wall has been activated. No one can break through it. According to the Imperial Court's orders, we are not allowed to use armor. However, we have used paper and leather to make armor. It's not inferior to leather armor, and is even lighter. We are not allowed to use crossbows. However, we have hunting bows. Although the range is shorter, it's not too bad. As for spears, swords and knives, we have more than enough." The sect leader nodded his head and laughed. "You've prepared well. I want to see how many people Dark Altar sect is going to sacrifice in order to take down our sect." At this point, they heard a noise from afar. Everyone turned to look and saw fireworks shooting up into the sky. Everyone's faces fell. Very quickly, they saw a Taoist leading a few junior brothers back to the sect. When they arrived in front of the sect leader, he panted heavily, "They're here. There's more than 100 of them." The sect leader's face fell. "Everyone, retreat within the walls. Prepare for battle." Very quickly, a group of people appeared. Torches were lit and knives were gleaming. More than 100 shadows rushed in. The sect leader's voice rang out, "Activate the protective spell. Everyone, be on your guard. Don't fight one-on-one, and don't advance recklessly." Although the other side had many people, they were silent and orderly. Other than the sound of heavy footsteps, there was the sound of weapons, and then there was the crackling sound of the torch puppets exploding. When they were 100 steps away from the wall and outside the firing range, they solemnly lined up in formation, emitting a breathtaking aura. Dark Altar Sect's elder Lu rushed over with a gloomy look on his face. He then heaved a sigh of relief and laughed bitterly. I thought that since Free Cloud Sect doesn't have a long history, they would prefer to fight one-on-one. If that's the case, we can just charge at them and kill them all. I didn't expect this sect to know the art of war and retreat to the most core and most secure stronghold. Looks like we've hit a tough nut this time. Only those secular Taoist sects with no power would have no rules and don't know the rules. Another person snorted, or those rogue cultivators who have only been around for 10 years. These walls aren't much, but when they are paired with Tao techniques, it is quite terrifying. Another person looked carefully and smiled bitterly. The Great Elder has ordered us to fight. Elder Lu said solemnly as he waved his hands. The only good thing is that although Free Cloud Sect has 100 men, according to our intelligence, only half of them can fight. Hence, we're fighting 2 against 1. Besides, we've changed into real armor and not these fake armors. Now attack. Dark clouds covered the sky as the rain started to fall. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. These people were all clad in metal armor. The scales on their chests were made of metal and glowed brightly. When they heard the command, they shouted out loud and charged forward. Shoot! As they neared, dozens of Taoists on the walls started to shoot arrows. Pooh! Dozens of arrows were shot up. However, the people below had martial arts and Tao arts. All they could see was a faint glow on their armor as the arrows didn't penetrate deep. Kill! The walls weren't high, and thus the first batch of people leaped up. However, the Taoists who were prepared raised their hands. Paralyze, flash, slow down. A ball of light flashed past, as a group of people shouted out and stabbed out with their spears. At that point, several people spat out blood and fell to the ground. However, there were even more people who dodged and got close to the Taoists. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the 2 sides was intense. Shoot! Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the sect leader shouted out. Several Taoists held onto huge water canisters as they sprayed water at the incoming group of people. It's poisonous. If the water had been sprayed anywhere else, it wouldn't have mattered. However, when it hit their eyes, they screamed out in pain as they fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. Set it on fire. Following which, a torch was thrown into the air. With a loud boom, the water turned into kerosene and sprayed all over the place. At that point, more screams could be heard. Master, not only is this poisonous water poisonous, it can also turn into kerosene and burn on water? Zhang Yun followed behind and asked Zhao Ning. Ordinary kerosene can't do that. However, our Free Cloud Sect has a secret technique that can be used in rainy days. When the sect leader heard this, he laughed out coldly. What do you think our Free Cloud Sect relies on? Many people screamed out in pain as they fell to the ground. However, more and more people continued to charge forward. There wasn't much poisonous water left, and in a few moments it was all used up. At that point, the battle became even more intense. Our sect has suffered many casualties. Not far away, Elder Lu watched the scene unfold, his heart pained. Actually, these walls, poisoned water, and bows are all small tricks. The Tao techniques from paradise are the real enemies. One of the Taoists watched on as the Taoists charged forward to kill each other. Although there were Taoists on his side, and they were able to defend against the attacks, it was different within the walls. We are weaker by 3 points, and the enemy is stronger by 1 point. In total, we have 4 points. Just as he was speaking, the Taoist disciple paused and pointed. Elder Lu, the light above the Taoist temple has been extinguished. What? Elder Lu looked up in shock as his face turned red. He then laughed out loud. The Patriarch has activated his attack on Paradise. Hurry up and attack. Free Cloud Sect. Just as they were about to unleash their Tao techniques, They felt their energy dissipate by half. Everyone's faces fell as they panicked. The sect leader took a look and saw that the layer of white light within the Taoist temple had been extinguished. His face fell. Not good, someone is attacking Patriarch's paradise. Something's wrong with the Patriarch. The Patriarch seemed to sense something was amiss as the sounds of killing grew louder and louder. Sect leader, all of our elders are losing their powers. Without our powers, guarding the sect would be a joke. Although our disciples have gained some experience, we can't kill more than 20 to 30 people. We have to retreat. An elder stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. If they retreated now, they might be able to preserve some of their strength. The sect leader laughed bitterly as he stretched out a finger, causing a spark to appear on the ground. Boom! The area outside Free Cloud sect was engulfed in a sea of fire. This was their last line of defense. After a while, the sect leader turned around. Without paradise, Free Cloud sect is just a rogue cultivator. I'm useless, and I've let down the patriarchs of Free Cloud sect. If we retreat now, where should we retreat to? Do you think Dark Altar sect will give us a way out? As he spoke, the sect leader didn't reply as he ran towards the main hall. A group of people retreated as they looked at the statue of their patriarchs from afar. The statue was glowing brightly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a few elders approached the statue with heavy footsteps. The moment the sect leader touched it, his expression changed. Paradise is in danger. Dark Altar sect has sent out an Earth Immortal clone. Not only that, they have the help of King Lu's Imperial Qi. 4 of our patriarchs have been killed. Zhao Ning's face turned pale as he spoke out. Even if the enemy is an Earth Immortal clone, we still have the help of King Lu's Imperial Qi. Our sect has the Imperial Edict as well. How can we lose? The sect leader didn't even have time to speak before Yu Yunjun laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao, you're too focused on your Tao and don't understand. This is something that even high scholars know. Although it's an imperial edict, there are different types of edict. The power of an imperial edict is different as well. Seeing that the people around her were still puzzled, she continued, an imperial edict is a public announcement. It's mostly used for important matters. For example, conferring titles to dukes, marquises, kings, or even crown princes. It's usually stamped with the imperial jade seal. An imperial edict is an important imperial edict. Conferring titles that are of the 5th rank and above and below are hereditary titles. An imperial edict is an imperial edict written by the emperor himself. It doesn't matter if it's big or small. Both are treasures of the imperial edict. An imperial edict is an ordinary imperial edict. It's used to confer titles that are below the 5th rank and above, as well as non-hereditary titles. Conferring titles to true sovereigns is also an imperial edict. It's a treasure of the imperial edict, and its imperial qi is relatively weak. An imperial edict is usually a simple imperial edict. Conferring titles that are below the 7th rank can be done with the imperial jade seal. Yu Yunjun spoke as her heart tightened. She then laughed bitterly. Although an imperial edict is an imperial edict, it's hard to say if it's strong enough to contend against King Lu. I'm feeling uneasy. The sect leader looked at the few of them and understood what was going on. At this point, the kerosene outside was burning out and the flames were extinguished. Initially, the sect leader wanted to use the kerosene and Tao arts to kill a few people who knew that there would be a problem with the paradise. Their Tao arts were greatly weakened and became a barrier. Now, it wasn't even a barrier anymore. Seeing the sounds of killing getting closer and closer, many of the disciples tried their best to defend themselves. For the sect leader, for the sake of Free Cloud sect. Zhang Yun saw the situation and shouted out. He drew his sword and rushed forward, trying to organize a resistance. Yu Yunjun was about to stop him when Zhao Ning shook his head. Let him go. Without paradise, he's a rogue cultivator. Even if he succeeds, what can he do? He's the reincarnation of an elder, and has his own way of thinking." Hearing these words, Yu Yun-jun fell silent. The sect leader was completely calm and made up his mind. He then retrieved a jade token, which had the words Free Cloud Sect engraved on it. This is the sect leader's token. As the saying goes, yin and yang are interchangeable. Since we have the support of spiritual energy in paradise, we have the energy to return to paradise. Now that the sect is in danger, and paradise is in danger, I have no choice but to bring some of the chi of our sect into paradise, in order to ensure our safety. In the future, when Free Cloud Sect loses its chi, there will be danger. That will be the responsibility of the next generation. As he spoke, the sect leader then turned to Yu Yun-jun. Among the new generation of disciples, only Pei Ziyun is a core disciple. When he returns, immediately appoint him as the honorary disciple. Sect leader, this is not your responsibility. We didn't expect that you would attack paradise directly. An elder stepped forward and said, "Please wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? There's no more time. I've failed and can't save paradise. All of you should escape. If even one of you can escape, we still have hope for revenge. As he finished speaking, the sect leader's tears rolled down his cheeks and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged in front of the statue and sighed, "Spring and autumn, winter and summer, 60 years have passed. Yesterday the cool breeze was still there." As he finished speaking, he started to bleed from all his orifices. At the same time, the statue shone brightly, carrying a shadow with it as it charged into the light. This was the chi of the sect leader and the yang chi of the sect entering paradise. Chapter 198. Elder Zhao and Yu Yun-jun, as well as several other elders, were silent. The sect leader had his own selfish motives, but at this point, he had no qualms about sacrificing himself. "Elder Zhao, since the sect leader is gone, you shall be the acting sect leader. Please take command, and not let the sect leader's sacrifice go to waste." Yu Yun-jun and Zhao Ning were both core elders, and thus had the authority to take over the sect leader's position. However, she was a woman, and it wasn't appropriate for her to do so. "I understand. I shall take over immediately. No matter what, we have to fight till we reach paradise." Zhao Ning knew that things were getting urgent and did not decline. He then said, "Elder Yu, you specialize in Dao arts, and are not proficient in sword arts. Let us defend. You and Chu Xia can escape." Yu Yun-jun paused for some time before saying, "Let Chu Xia and the second batch of people leave. I am still a Yin Master Daoist. My sect has been nurturing me, and I still have Dao arts. I want to fight." "Then let's fight." Zhao Ning drew his sword, filled with killing intent. At this point, the wall had been completely destroyed. Dozens of people rushed into the monastery. The Free Cloud Sect disciples formed a small formation, and were either fighting or retreating. Boom! Within paradise, the Earth Immortal's clone groaned out as he fell backwards. However, the true sovereign was surrounded by a black aura, as though it was trying to destroy his body. Spiritual light flashed as the Earth Immortal's clone fought against the black aura. Red blood dripped down onto paradise. The true sovereign looked ahead. "When did you cast a curse on me?" When the Earth Immortal heard this, he laughed coldly. "You're just a true sovereign. How can you understand the true meaning of being an Earth Immortal?" The Earth Immortal's clone started to bleed as well. Although the blood was red, it was different from the blood of mortals. It looked like a red crystal as it dripped onto the ground. He then laughed. "Besides, this isn't a curse. This is an attack from Dark Altar Sect. When the sect above was destroyed, you were injured. Are you all right now?" As soon as he said this, a loud boom could be heard as cracks appeared on paradise once again. The true sovereign then shouted, "Hold the formation, and hold paradise in place. Profound Tao, cleanse the entire body, transform the body." The true sovereign then recited the words. Spots of light started to congeal around the true sovereign's body, and the true sovereign's body started to heal. The paradise was originally peaceful and serene. There were flowers and grasses everywhere. But at this point they were all withering and turning into sand. In the blink of an eye, it was unbearable to look at. One of the Taoists suddenly said, "It's time for us to be martyred." The Yin masters gave up on the formation and charged forward with their swords in hand. The leader of the Yin deities was dressed in a black Taoist robe, and he held a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand. His face was like colored glass, and it glowed with white light. Several people followed behind him. At this point, several of the Yin masters were muttering to themselves. One of the patriarchs looked at his disciple and shouted out, "Chen Shi, go back. We don't need disciples like you to sacrifice yourselves. Master, forgive me for being unfilial. Without paradise, what future do I have? Even a moth flies into a flame, much less a Taoist like me." Chen Shi shouted, "Master, forgive me for being unfilial." As soon as the Taoist finished speaking, his entire soul started burning up and transformed into a ball of light. Numerous other souls did the same and transformed into blazing flames that rushed into the clear light. They gathered together and transformed into a huge sword that pounced forward. How touching! The Earth Immortal's clone spoke as he stretched out a hand. Boom! The huge sword trembled but didn't shatter. The Earth Immortal's clone trembled as his face fell. He then shouted out, "Just a bunch of ants and you still want to shine? Turn into ashes." As he spoke, he waved his hand as another pearl appeared. As soon as this pearl appeared, it brought with it the sound of thunder and wind as it slammed into the huge sword. Boom! The huge sword shattered into pieces. These pieces fell to the ground and turned into sweet dew. Not only that, the entire sky turned dark as the light disappeared. Once again, a huge amount of sweet dew fell to the ground. As the dew fell to the ground began to mend itself. The Yin masters who were affected by the light started to recover. The Earth Immortal's clone felt his entire body tremble as blood flowed from his nose. He took several steps back. His expression was one of shock. The true sovereign looked at the imperial edict and King Lu's imperial qi clashing against each other. He then gritted his teeth and laughed. "Do you think that you're the only one with such abilities?" Following the true sovereign's words, paradise started to emit a melody as it spread out towards the Earth Immortal's clone. This caused ripples to form, as though it was trying to melt the Earth Immortal's clone. As the sweet dew fell, the rest of the Yin masters started to heal. However, the Earth Immortal's clone's body started to tremble as red smoke started to emit from his body. It was obvious that he was being corroded. "You've mastered paradise to such an extent. That sweet dew was your incense flame, right? You really have the potential to become a true sovereign." The Earth Immortal's clone spoke out coldly. At the next moment, the true sovereign shouted out as he materialized a long spear and charged towards the Earth Immortal's clone. Seeing the true sovereign charging towards him, the Earth Immortal's clone laughed out, "Haven't you seen my strength clearly? I've always wanted to kill you. But even if I can't, I've still managed to buy some time." Small heavenly realm. As soon as the Earth Immortal's clone spoke, the space in front of him exploded. Behind the true sovereign, a drop of blood appeared and turned into a blood man. The moment this blood man appeared, a huge chain appeared between him and the Earth Immortal's clone, forming a prison. How do you think the Imperial Qi should be used? The Earth Immortal's clone waved his hand as King Lu's Imperial Qi hesitated for a moment before it turned back into a long sword. Go to hell. Just as the long sword was about to land, the sky trembled as a ball of fire appeared in the sky. As soon as the fire appeared, the spiritual energy within paradise was channeled into the fire as it flew towards the Earth Immortal's clone. Another person with the authority to enter paradise? The Earth Immortal's clone was taken aback as he looked at the incoming attack. In a flash, he disappeared and reappeared 10 meters away. At this point, a female Taoist appeared behind the Blood Man and slashed down with her sword. Pooh! The Blood Man was decapitated. Looking at the head that fell to the ground, she was initially elated. Slowly, her expression turned to shock and anger. The prison had not been broken. My small heavenly realm is specially used to deal with true sovereigns from paradise. How can you understand the thousands of years of hard work? The difference between you and me is the same as the difference between mortals. The Earth Immortal's clone spoke out coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds, illuminating the entire mountain. Branches danced in the wind as Pei Zi-yun rode on a horse. He could already see the entrance of the mountain, and could hear the sounds of battle. All of a sudden, he felt a sense of danger as his eyebrows twitched and he jumped down. Pu. Several arrows pierced through the sky, and the horse in front of him tripped and fell to the ground. There was a cry of pain, and the horse did not make another sound. Its neck had been broken. Seeing this, Pei Zi-yun felt a chill in his heart. Without hesitation, he dashed into the darkness. Pu. His sword flashed, and several people screamed out in pain. Pei Zi-yun did not stop and dashed towards the entrance of the mountain. The entrance wasn't very high, and was only about 100 meters tall. Very soon, he could see that there were corpses everywhere and blood was everywhere. There were also injured people lying on the ground, moaning in pain. However, no one came forward to help them. After taking a few more steps, he could hear the sounds of battle in the corner. There's someone there? Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he dashed forward. He saw two Taoists with injuries all over their bodies. They had their backs to each other as they fought with a group of swordsmen. Paralysis technique. Pei Zi-yun did not hesitate as he cast a spell, following which, his sword shone brightly, emitting a strange sound as it swept across the area. Swordsmen were trained in the basics of Tao arts, and the paralysis effect was very short. However, to Pei Zi-yun, it was more than enough. Pu. 3 swordsmen screamed out in pain as they fell to the ground. The remaining 2 swordsmen retaliated with their swords. Clang! Their swords were knocked off course. Pei Zi-yun's sword pierced through the throat of one of the swordsmen. Another man fell to the ground, but he did not stop breathing as he groaned in pain. Only then did the 2 Taoists feel the numbness dissipate. The Master Taoist's Tao arts could now be used to attack within a certain range. How's the sect? Pei Zi-yun asked loudly. The 2 Taoists hurriedly replied, Our sect has been breached. Elder Zhao is fighting back and drawing the enemy's attention. He ordered us to break out of the encirclement and save our sect. However, only the 2 of us managed to escape. Pei Zi-yun paused before asking, What do you do now? The injured Taoist on the left paused before saying, Senior brother Pei, follow me. The other Taoist grabbed him and said, Junior brother, the sect wants us to break out of the encirclement and save our sect. The injured Taoist then said, Senior brother Xing died fighting for me. I'm still alive. Senior brother Pei needs a guide. Let me go. There's a swordsman in front. The swordsman stood in front, guarding the path. Pei Zi-yun stretched out a finger and pointed. A ray of light flashed, and the swordsman's body froze. The Taoist who had led the way pounced forward to kill him. You're asking for death. The swordsman's body moved, and the binding spell was stopped. The sound of metal clanging could be heard as the Taoist who had led the way retreated. The swordsman laughed out loud. All of a sudden, Pei Zi-yun pounced on him from the side. His sword flashed and blood spurted out. The swordsman's head rolled off the ground. The swordsman was still in midair, sneak attack. It was as if he couldn't understand why Pei Zi-yun would send someone in front to attract the enemy's attention, while sneak attacking from behind. Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly. This was the way of the art of war. Besides, you have so many people attacking, is that fair? Seeing the head flying off, the Taoist who had led the way slashed at the corpse several times, as if he was venting his anger and fear. His eyes were bloodshot. Who asked you to kill my senior brother? Who asked you to kill my senior brother? Seeing the man's condition, Pei Ziyun sighed. Go and meet up with my senior brother. You're not fit to fight anymore. You will die. When the Taoist heard Pei Ziyun's words, he sat down in the pool of blood and hugged his knees as he started crying. Pei Ziyun looked up at the sky and sighed, if only I could live a peaceful life. How good would that be? As soon as he finished speaking, he killed his way up. Along the way there were corpses everywhere. There were only a few swordsmen who he killed immediately. Main hall at this point, a fire was burning outside, and black smoke rose up into the air. Within the main hall, there was still some spiritual light. Zhang Yun had retreated, and there were several wounds on his body. Boom, boom, boom. At the entrance of the Patriarch's hall, almost everyone was gathered there. Several swordsmen were banging on the door. Elder Lu laughed coldly. Break open the door and use it as a shield to kill our way in. The rest of the people follow up. Master will use his Dao arts to support us. We will concentrate our attacks and reduce our losses to a minimum. We've already lost many people. Just as Elder Lu spoke, a Taoist stepped forward and whispered, Elder, the swordsmen we've arranged to guard the path down the mountain have fallen. Elder Lu was shocked. You guys continue to follow the rules and kill your way in. I shall go and see who's the one making life difficult for Dark Altar Sect. With a wave of his hands, several people followed behind him. Along the way, Pei Ziyun could hear the sounds of fighting and killing. Pei Ziyun continued forward and turned a corner. Ahead of him was a pile of rubble and a half-burnt house. As he continued forward, he saw many corpses. There were swordsmen, Taoists, Free Cloud Sect, and Dark Altar Sect. As he turned another corner, he saw light in front of him. More than 10 people had surrounded the Patriarch's hall. Chapter 199. Elder Lu walked out. At this point, the rain had turned into a light drizzle. He looked around and sighed. Not a bad building, but half of it has been burnt down. There's nothing we can do about it. Someone replied. Many of the buildings were on fire. Although the rain had extinguished most of the flames, about 30% of the buildings had been razed to the ground. What remained of the buildings were charred black by the smoke. The buildings further away were mostly intact, but the ground was littered with corpses. Elder Lu sighed, but was secretly giving orders. Several people had already walked forward and said, We've suffered great losses this time. Yes, in the first wave of attacks we lost more than 10 people. We didn't even kill or injure any enemies. Luckily, our Dao arts were weakened and many of them died after that. Elder Lu, you were the one who purposely let them go. That was how we managed to stop them. They've only escaped into the secret passageway. Once we've conquered the main hall, we'll surround the passageway and annihilate them. Elder Lu frowned and laughed. Do they think they can escape? As he spoke, he stepped on a corpse's hand and was about to wipe the blood off the corpse's clothes. At this point, the corpse beside him leaped out and a sword flashed. Elder Lu's reaction was fast as well. He crushed a ring, and a white light flashed as it protected his entire body. In the next moment, he was about to retreat. But he heard a pew sound as the tip of the sword pierced through Elder Lu's back. Elder Lu coughed out mouthfuls of blood as he struggled to hold himself up. He fell to the ground dead. His eyes were wide open, as though he had died with a grievance. The surrounding people all cried out in shock. In the blink of an eye they reacted, Kill! Kill this person to avenge the elder. These people screamed as they charged towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun flashed and appeared beside one of them. This movement technique was also a type of Dao art. It allowed him to become light and agile. The swordsman felt the danger and raised his sword to defend himself. Pooh! The sound of the sword colliding could be heard as the swordsman felt as though he had been hit by a hammer and fell to the ground. Pei Zi-yun did not say a word as he pierced his sword into the swordsman's body. As the swordsman screamed in pain, another person approached and slashed at him. Pei Zi-yun tilted his body slightly and swung his sword. The man felt a sharp pain in his chest as he fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 swordsmen had been killed. The rest of the swordsmen were terrified. Pei Zi-yun did not even bother to look at them as he pounced forward. The few swordsmen did not have time to dodge. They looked at each other and 4 rays of light flashed out. The sword in Pei Zi-yun's hand flashed, and a clear sound could be heard as it drew a shallow arc in the air. Pu-piu! As soon as they made contact, the 4 of them felt their arms go numb and tremble. They immediately retreated. However, the sword was even faster. It slashed across their chests and abdomen, causing the 4 of them to groan in pain as they fell over. At this point, Pei Zi-yun felt a sense of foreboding and dodged to the side. Beneath his feet, a tree vine tried to wrap around him, but it missed its target. At this point, someone leapt towards him from behind and thrust his sword towards him. There was a loud clanging sound as the 2 swords clashed. Pei Zi-yun's body trembled slightly. The swordsman was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. He shouted, "Kill him quickly! He's been through many battles, and his energy and stamina have been greatly depleted. He won't be able to last much longer." Is that so? Below him was a frightening ray of sword light. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt as though they were looking at a bolt of lightning. The swordsman had nowhere to run. He shouted out loud and charged towards the incoming sword light. However, his sword blocked nothing but air. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth as he screamed out in pain. He knelt down on the ground. Pooh! An arrow flew past him and he managed to avoid it. He felt a chill run down his spine as he rolled on the ground. His movements were quick and agile, and he didn't seem to be affected at all. He rolled behind a stone pillar. Only then did Pei Zi-yun gasp for breath, as he tried to recover quickly. In reality, he had been through so many battles that he looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. Pei Zi-yun, although you've killed an elder, I can give you a chance to fight the honorable artifact. You have to believe in Dark Altar Sect's reputation. After some time, a swordsman walked out and spoke. He signaled for the Taoists to cast their spells and for the archers to get ready. Pei Zi-yun, do you think that a single pillar will be able to defend against me? The swordsman walked forward. All of a sudden, another vine appeared from the ground and wrapped itself around the pillar. However, it missed. No one's here? The swordsman was shocked as he surveyed his surroundings. He then shouted out, Pei Zi-yun, look at this. Your sect has already been breached by us. Why are you still hiding? Where do you think you're hiding? Why don't you rely on Dark Altar Sect? I believe that with your strength, you can definitely become a core disciple of Dark Altar Sect. Wouldn't that be better than dying in battle? We Taoists cultivate so hard. Isn't it for the sake of longevity? If I die, I'll have nothing. The night was dark and he couldn't see clearly. Pei Zi-yun laughed coldly as he hid behind a rock some distance away. He observed the Taoists and the archers lying in ambush. Based on the angle of the arrow, the archers could roughly guess the location of the Taoists. However, the Taoists who were proficient in Tao arts were the best at hiding. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to kill them. However, in his current state, he was a huge threat. Thinking of this, he stealthily moved forward like a cat. Something's not right. The swordsman suddenly thought of something. He then shouted out, "Be careful of a sneak attack." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he had revealed the location of the archers. He then shouted out, "Lu Yuan, that person is coming. Be careful." Hearing the swordsman's words, one of the archers who was hiding in a corner tried to escape. Pei Zi-yun appeared beside the archer like a ghost and slashed out with his sword. The archer was in a life-or-death situation, and his heart turned cold. He threw away his bow and pulled out his sword. However, as soon as the sword flashed, he felt a chill run down his spine. There was no pain, only numbness, and he fell to the ground. Another vine stretched out and wrapped itself around Pei Zi-yun's body. Just as it was about to wrap itself around him, Pei Zi-yun drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Xiao! The sound of an arrow piercing through the darkness could be heard, followed by a shrill scream. A Taoist struggled to stand up before he fell to the ground again. You're the only one left. Die. As soon as the Taoist died, the vines loosened. Pei Zi-yun then dashed forward, as fast as an arrow from a bow. The swordsman opposite him shouted out as he charged forward. Ding 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 sounds could be heard as the sword pierced through the air and pierced through the throat of the Taoist. The swordsman let out a groan as he fell to the ground. Even when I reached the top of the mountain, I should have killed at least 12 people by now. Pei Zi-yun stood there in a daze, gasping for breath. He stumbled a little as he rummaged through his robes and pulled out a small bottle. Luckily, I still have the replenishing pills I refined. I should be able to replenish my energy. As he spoke, he poured out 3 pills and started chewing on them. He then walked towards the main hall. Actually, there shouldn't be many enemies left in front of the main hall. Let's surround them and kill them all. Junior brother Pei, is that you? At this point, someone asked. Who? Is that you, Zhang Yun? Someone came out from the side of the hall. The main hall was already half destroyed, and there were broken bricks and tiles everywhere. The two of them looked at each other before Pei Zi-yun asked, What's going on? Hearing the sounds of battle within the main hall, Zhang Yun hurriedly replied in a low voice, There are more than 10 people outside the Patriarch's hall. Since there's a secret passageway within the main hall, we used it to send the injured and some disciples who are unable to fight. Chu Xia is among them. How many people are left in the main hall? Pei Zi-yun interrupted. But not more than 9 of them. The remaining injured disciples and those who are unable to fight have been moved into the passageway. However, the passageway wasn't very deep, and only leads to this side hall. I understand. Pei Zi-yun understood immediately. There are only about 30 enemies left. The difference between us isn't too big. It's alright if you're injured, as long as you can use a bow. Go down and gather all the disciples who are able to use a bow. I'll go and gather all the scattered bows and arrows. Yes. Zhang Yun was intimidated by Pei Zi-yun's stern voice and hurriedly entered the passageway. Before long, more than 10 people came out. All of them were injured, and some of them were still bleeding. The enemies have surrounded the Patriarch's hall. I'm afraid we have to break into the Patriarch's hall before we can truly break into paradise. If not, they wouldn't have surrounded the Patriarch's hall. We have to kill all of them. Everyone, take out your bows and arrows. Quick, I've just killed the enemy elder, but they will react very quickly. You and I will work together and use our bows to kill the Taoists. The Taoists' reactions are relatively slow, and they wouldn't expect us to ambush them from behind. Pei Zi-yun ordered coldly, You only have to shoot 3 arrows, and leave the rest to me and senior brother Zhang. Besides, the moment we attack, the people inside the Patriarch's hall will respond. We are not alone. Kill them now. Yes. Boom boom boom. Although the Patriarch's hall was protected by a Tao spell, the door was cracked open. One of the Taoists laughed coldly. Looks like the Patriarch's hall of Free Cloud sect cannot hold on any longer. The people inside must be exhausted. Let's kill them all. Everyone, get ready. Following the order, the remaining swordsmen and Taoists all focused their attention on the door. They gathered their Tao spells and energy, preparing to strike at the people inside. At this point, they heard a cold voice, Fire! The door hasn't opened yet, Who's giving orders? The Taoist thought to himself. Suddenly, a buzz sound could be heard, as a rain of arrows rained down on them. At that point, 7 or 8 people, especially the Taoist, screamed out in pain as they fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Fire again! Another rain of arrows rained down on them. This time, the number of people who were hit was much lesser. Only 5 or 6 of them screamed out in pain, but they weren't dead yet. Last shot. More than 10 arrows rained down on them, and only 3 or 4 of them were hit. Shooting a bow required strength. The injured were all injured, and their wounds were bleeding profusely. They could no longer draw their bows. At this point, Pei Ziyun shouted out and rushed in with Zhang Yun. The nearest swordsman swung his blade at Pei Ziyun. It was a vicious strike, but before the sound of the blade could be heard, Pei Ziyun had already flashed past him. His sword flashed, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The swordsman fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun was like a sharp blade as he rushed into the formation. In that instant, he didn't use his sight or hearing. He didn't think at all and only relied on his instincts, which had been honed through countless dangers, to execute his sword techniques. It was strange. Although he didn't think at all, when he swung his sword, he heard a piu-piu sound. It felt as if the sword had pierced through someone's body, which proved that the sword had hit its target. Like the shape of the clouds, the changes of the wind, without thinking. In an instant, Pei Ziyun understood that he had finally comprehended the Shin family's 37 techniques through his relentless killing spree. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and only the light of the fire could be seen. Zhang Yun looked up and was stunned. He saw the light of the sword merging with the darkness of the night, and within seconds, 5 or 6 people fell to the ground as blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 200. Kill! At the same time, the broken door swung open and a group of people rushed out. The one leading them was Zhao Ning. Just as Pei Ziyun had expected, the moment the people inside saw him, they rushed out in response. Kill! Pei Ziyun's sword gleamed. The distance between them was too close. A Taoist screamed out in pain and retreated. The vines on the ground started to wrap around Pei Ziyun. Why are you in such a hurry to escape? Taoist, didn't you say that you would give us a chance to fight openly? Pei Ziyun said coldly. Raindrops fell from the sky, splashing onto the green stone floor. Pei Ziyun's sword gleamed as it sliced through the air. This Taoist was extremely proficient in both martial arts and Tao art. He dodged the attack and the sword gleamed. Although he managed to avoid the fatal blow, a piu sound was heard as the sword gleamed. Pei Ziyun swung his sword once more, causing the Taoist's sword to fall to the ground. Junior brother, don't kill him. Let's find out more about the enemy. Zhang Yun shouted out. Hearing these words, the Taoist laughed coldly. Haha, I'm afraid your paradise has been destroyed. You're finished. Go and become a rogue cultivator. Do you think it's possible to interrogate me? I still have paradise, why would I submit to you rogue cultivators? The Taoist said as he slammed his sword against the sword. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Pei Ziyun wanted to avoid it, but his limbs felt weak and his energy was drained. Blood splattered all over his body. Kill! Zhao Ning swung his sword and killed the Taoist in front of him. The Free Cloud sect disciples were led by Zhao Ning and shouted, Kill, kill all the enemies. Leave no one alive. Avenge our sect. Avenge our fellow disciples. Pei Ziyun heard the sounds of killing and the cries of agony. There were less than 10 enemies now, and it was Free Cloud sect who were chasing after them. Thinking up to this point, he felt weak. He forced himself to enter the hall and mumbled to himself, The rain is getting heavier. The fruits rained down on the ground, making a rustling sound. The rain grew heavier and heavier, forming a white curtain of rain that enveloped the entire world. Pei Ziyun could see that not far away, There were corpses strewn all over the ground. As the rain fell on them, the corpses started to turn red. Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly as he retrieved a small bottle from his robes. He wanted to take a few pills. Actually, he couldn't take too many of these pills. Junior brother, don't. Suddenly, someone stopped her. Auntie said that you can't use this when you're exhausted. The stimulant will squeeze out your energy and harm your body instead. The rain was heavy. A person came in and lit a lamp. She slowly turned around and let the light shine on her face. In an instant, the hall seemed to be lit up. Chu Xia? Under the illumination of the lantern, Chu Xia's features were as beautiful as a painting. Her smile was so bright that it made one feel dizzy. Although she still had the shadow of Luoli in her, if one continued to look at her, she had grown up and become a young girl. At this moment, Chu Xia handed him some steamed buns and a package wrapped in oiled paper. He opened it and saw that it was beef. It was already cold. Pei Ziyun received it and started wolfing it down. He was so anxious that he started coughing. Chu Xia then said, "There's no water here, but rootless water will do." As he spoke, he went out to find a tile and brought the rainwater in. Pei Ziyun looked at her. "Senior sister, you've grown up. I'm already 14 years old. Why haven't I grown up? You're the only one who thinks I haven't grown up yet." Chu Xia was slightly annoyed as she handed over the water. Pei Ziyun didn't speak anymore and drank the water. After he finished the steamed buns and the beef, he felt much better. He then asked, "What happened to you just now?" The enemies were attacking too quickly. Elder Zhao felt that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Because the Patriarch's Hall had a tunnel built by the second-generation Patriarch, he asked us to retreat through this tunnel. I refused. Aunt even scolded me. She was very fierce. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. Actually, looking at the situation, the tunnel wasn't very long. If he hadn't arrived in time, the enemies would have broken through the Patriarch's Hall. Free Cloud Sect's disciples would have been found and killed by the enemies. Furthermore, they would have destroyed the mountain and destroyed the temple. Free Cloud Sect's paradise would have been lost. He then asked, "Just now, the people inside the hall reacted very quickly. Of course, it was all thanks to me. When senior brother Zhang Yun informed me that you were coming, I knew you would arrive in time. I then hurriedly followed the tunnel back to inform Aunt and Elder Zhao. That's why when you attacked, we opened the door and responded." "Not bad, you did a great job." Pei Ziyun hurriedly complimented her. At this point, someone stepped onto the water and entered the hall. It was Yu Yunjun. Pei Ziyun only took one look before hurriedly retracting his gaze. It was already summer and her robes were thin. Furthermore, because of the battle in the rain, her sleeves had been torn apart, and her robes were sticking to her body, revealing the curves of her body. He could almost see the spring scenery. Yu Yunjun seemed to sense something as she conjured a spell, causing her robes to dry up. "Master, what's the situation outside? Elder Zhao and his men have already killed all the enemies. Those who were injured have also been dealt with. They've also treated our disciples." When Yu Yunjun had sent Chu Xia out earlier, she knew that the chances of survival weren't high. However, she had held on to the hope that one of them would be able to escape. She had done her best and left it all up to fate. Furthermore, she hadn't been able to contact Pei Ziyun at all. At that point in time, her heart was filled with despair and despair. Now that she saw that Pei Ziyun and Chu Xia were both around, and had even managed to turn defeat into victory, her heart was filled with both sadness and joy. She sighed. "Our sect has over 120 disciples. After a quick check, there are less than 20 people left with martial arts and Tao arts. Most of the ordinary disciples have perished. There are only about 10 of them left. Does that mean that the entire sect is left with less than 40 disciples?" Pei Ziyun had regained some strength as he asked in a low voice. "Yes." Just as Pei Ziyun was about to speak, the statue lit up again. The three of them looked at it. Paradise. The two shadows separated. You're the sect leader of Free Cloud Sect? No wonder you have some authority and can even control spiritual energy. But your soul has entered paradise, and your entire body is burning with energy. How much longer can you last? If you don't return now, your soul will be destroyed. The Earth Immortal's clone spoke out coldly. The sect leader looked at the Earth Immortal's clone and had a sinister look on his face. Didn't you force me to do this? Since I'm here, I have no intention of returning. Boom. The true sovereign landed a heavy blow on the cage, causing it to explode. The Earth Immortal's true blood cage? To be able to isolate one's authority within paradise, that's terrifying. The true sovereign walked out and looked at the sect leader before sighing, "Foolish child. Between heaven and earth, turn reality into mystery, yin and yang into one." The sect leader started chanting as he transformed into a beam of light that shot towards the true sovereign. The true sovereign sighed as he stretched out his hand to catch the beam of light. Boom! A red light flashed as all the wounds on the true sovereign's body were healed. Damn it! The Earth Immortal's clone charged towards the true sovereign without hesitation. They were evenly matched. All of a sudden, there was a change in paradise. The Earth Immortal's clone and the true sovereign looked up at the skies. This was the first time the Earth Immortal's clone revealed a look of shock. The true sovereign laughed. "Haha, your Dark Altar sect has stopped attacking. I can feel that our Free Cloud sect has won. Without the attacks from the ground, as long as we take care of the situation, the entire paradise will be stabilized. You've killed so many of our people. When that time comes, we shall see how you die." The true sovereign had a demeanor of an immortal. At this point, he laughed, as if he wanted to feast on Pei Ziyun's flesh and drink his blood. He then said, "You Shui, hurry up and inform the people on the ground. Tell them that the enemy's altar is at the north side of the mountain. Only by destroying it will we be able to achieve victory." "Yes." A female Taoist replied. She looked like a young lady dressed in an immortal robe. She then cast a spell. "AI, don't even think about it." The Earth Immortal's clone felt a chill run down his spine as he stretched out his hand. The young lady let out a groan as she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your enemy is me." The true sovereign struck out once more. The Earth Immortal's clone had no choice but to fight back. A loud boom could be heard as paradise shook once more. The young lady could sense the location of the statue and flew up into the skies. At the same time, the statue in the Patriarch's hall shone brightly. Yu Yunjun and Pei Ziyun looked up. An injured immortal spirit appeared in front of the statue and scanned the hall. "Master!" Yu Yunjun rushed forward and pulled Pei Ziyun. "Why aren't you paying your respects to the Patriarch?" Pei Ziyun immediately understood that this was the Patriarch of his sect and hurriedly paid his respects. He then heard the immortal ask anxiously, "What's the situation now? We've already defeated the enemy. However, we've suffered great losses. There are only 40 people left in our sect." Yu Yunjun knew that it wouldn't be easy to show her divinity in the Patriarch's hall. The young lady then replied, "Are there any elites left in the sect? Dark Altar sect has set up an altar and attacked paradise. We're in a stalemate now. We have to send people to attack the altar. If not, it will be difficult for us and paradise to take it down. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We can't wait any longer. If we hold on any longer, paradise will be destroyed. We have to destroy Dark Altar sect's altar." Yu Yunjun then asked, "Master, where's the altar?" "The altar isn't far. It's at the north side of the mountain. Decide quickly." As she spoke, the young lady couldn't hold on any longer. The light started to dissipate until there was only a tiny bit left. She then retreated back into the statue and disappeared. "I'll call Elder Zhao and ask him to gather more men." Yu Yunjun looked around and realized that her master was only weakened and not dead. She then heaved a sigh of relief. Pei Ziyun looked around and said, Master, Elder Zhao won't make it in time. But I have an idea. As Pei Ziyun spoke, he stood up and ran out of the hall. Within seconds, the entire hall was empty. Under the heavy rain, Chu Xia ran up the step. She looked up and realized that Pei Ziyun had disappeared. And Chu Xia looked at him and started sobbing. Junior brother rushed all the way here and killed so many people. And now he has to brave the rain and go. AI, there's nothing we can do about it. Yu Yunjun sighed and hugged her. Looking outside, the rain was getting heavier. Pei Ziyun ran into the rain and traversed through the ruins. The mountain wasn't very tall, it was only about 100 meters tall. However, it was filled with spring water and spiritual energy. The entire place was lush and lush. At this point, the rain was still pouring down from the heavens. The sounds of the wind and rain could be heard from afar. He ran up to a cliff and looked down at the foot of the mountain. He then stretched out his hand and opened up the canvas on his back. With a point of his finger, the canvas transformed into a pair of wings. He then leapt down the mountain. From high up in the sky, he could see everything clearly. Very quickly, he changed his angle and glided towards a certain direction. Chapter 201. Pei Ziyun landed on the ground and stood in front of the forest. He was in the vicinity of Little Valley River, and could not help but feel uneasy. In the original owner's memories, he was attacked by Free Cloud sect as well. However, that happened a few years later. Paradise was breached, and the sect leader died in battle. Song Ji took over the position of sect leader. In a short span of 4 years, everyone he knew had disappeared, replaced by the disciples of Dark Altar sect. Now everything had changed. However, the change was not complete. Thinking up to this point, he shouted out, "System." All of a sudden, a plum blossom appeared in front of him, as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, carrying with it a faint sense of light. Master, Level 1, 3. 5% completed, 39 types of Dao techniques. Advanced sword techniques. Master 23 6% completed, divine powers. Stars transposition level 3 highest. I remember that my sword techniques were at 19. 1% completed. Now that I've comprehended the Shin family's 37 techniques, it has only increased by 4%. It's too difficult to reach this level. However, the stars transposition level is no longer possible. My reputation points have been converted to Master, and have increased. It's a pity. If I had more time, I would have no problem reaching the 3rd level of Master. After calming himself down, Pei Ziyun dove into the bushes and disappeared. The rain had lightened, as raindrops fell onto the altar. A group of swordsmen stood upright, their bodies drenched. Even the elders had no umbrellas, as they focused all their attention on maintaining the altar. The altar shone brightly, and sparks could be seen from time to time. 2 tokens, 1 jade and 1 gold, floated in the air, as though they were yin and yang. All the elders were sweating profusely. The senior elder was at the center of the group, and his face was pale. His lips were purple, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. They were the ones who had to overcome the pressure from paradise. If not, how could it be so easy to become an earth immortal? In a cave not too far away, a middle-aged Taoist was sweating profusely. He stared at a Taoist who was monitoring the situation and shouted, "Impossible. Check again." The Taoist who was in charge of monitoring the situation knew that it was pointless, but he still replied, "Yes." He saw that the cave was temporarily modified. Because the inside was considered spacious, there were many lamps in the middle of the cave. These lamps were all extinguished, and it looked dark and gloomy. The Taoist held a spell and pointed at the oil lamp. Boom! All the oil lamps lit up, but when the spell was over, they were all extinguished again. All dead? Even Elder Lu is dead. The middle-aged Taoist's body was trembling, his face was pale and devoid of color. He then ordered, "Summon the spirit immediately, and ask him what's going on." The Taoist who was in charge of monitoring the situation shuddered as he replied fearfully, "It's not difficult to summon the spirits and interrogate them. But only an elder has the authority to do so." The Taoist then took a deep breath before gathering his courage. "Senior brother, let's go ask the elder. If he gives me permission, I can then cast the spell." The middle-aged Taoist hesitated for some time. He knew the reason behind this. Summoning the spirits for questioning was not a difficult task. However, the spirits of the dead contained many secrets. If anyone were to ask about them, wouldn't that spoil his plans? Hence, he sighed, the elder before me was busy channeling his powers. I wanted to know what was going on, which was why I decided to disturb him. But now, it seems like I have no choice but to ask the elder. As he spoke, the middle-aged Taoist sighed and was about to walk out of the cave when he felt his heart palpitate. He stopped in his tracks. At this point, a ray of sword light shot out from the entrance of the cave. The middle-aged Taoist reacted quickly, as he opened his mouth to shout. At the same time, the ring on his ring broke apart, as a ray of white light shone out. Pooh! The ray of sword light pierced through the middle-aged Taoist's chest, and came out from his back. The middle-aged Taoist's shout turned into the sound of blood spewing out. The Taoist behind him was shocked as he shouted, "There's a thief!" Apart from the Taoist, there were two other swordsmen. They had already unsheathed their swords. However, Pei Ziyun's sword flashed, and the three of them felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Their vision was filled with sword light, as though they were the main target of the enemy's attack. But the shadow disappeared, and the illusion dissipated. The Taoist groaned as he fell backwards, fresh blood splattering everywhere. "You!" The two swordsmen realized that they had been fooled as they pounced forward. Their swords were filled with the light of wind and thunder, as they attacked simultaneously. Pei Ziyun transformed into a shadow that was hard to discern with the naked eye, as he slipped through the gaps between the swords. A zing sound could be heard, as he changed directions and disappeared. The art of war is the art of deception. Martial arts techniques follow the same principle. Pei Ziyun's breathing was ragged and his face was pale. However, his body was stable. I don't think that the techniques in novels can be used. Life and death were fleeting, and a terrifying battle ensued. Actually, this technique was very simple. It was to use sword energy and spiritual sense to make the three Taoists think that they were the main target. In times of life and death, humans would instinctively protect themselves. Hence, the alliance of the three Taoists became one of their own, and they were defeated in an instant. The sound of wind and thunder could still be heard, and the battle was over. Of the two Taoists, one had his internal organs spilled out, and his blood was everywhere. His body was still struggling, as he gripped his sword tightly. His face was contorted in pain as he screamed in pain. The other one had his heart pierced through, and died very quickly. The art of war and sword techniques are one and the same. It's no wonder the Japanese call sword techniques the art of war. It makes sense. In order to become a grandmaster, one must understand the art of war. Pei Ziyun's face was stained with blood, as he wiped it away gently. He then shook the blood off his sword. There aren't many enemies left. A thin layer of white light dissipated. This was a sound barrier. Even Pei Ziyun would not be able to block out such a large area. However, the cave was a one-way tunnel, and he only needed to block out the sound barrier. There's no warning. Pei Ziyun looked around and thought to himself. There were 4 elders on the spell altar, but he had already observed them. They had no choice but to support the spell, and were unable to free themselves from it. Outside the spell altar, there were 4 swordsmen. After thinking for some time, Pei Ziyun searched around, and found a clean Taoist robe. He then changed into it and walked towards the altar. The rain was hazy, and the 4 swordsmen had been holding out for half a day. However, they still maintained a basic level of vigilance. They looked around and saw and heard people coming out of the cave. They glanced over and saw that it was one of their own. The swordsman did not pay much attention to it, and only after taking a few steps closer did they turn around to look. "Who's there?" As soon as he spat out the words, the sword flashed, and he felt a chill in his throat. He fell to the ground. The 2 swordsmen on the left and right immediately drew their swords and rushed forward. Die. One of the elders did not even have time to react. His head flew off his neck, and fresh blood spurted out. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 swordsmen crossed paths and attacked. Pei Ziyun dodged, rolled, and slid. In a blink of an eye, he changed his position and technique 3 times. With a chi sound, the sword flashed mercilessly through the skull of one of the swordsmen. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and screamed out in pain. Following that, a large amount of red and white brain matter flowed out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground. "There's an enemy attack, elders, wake up." At this point, another swordsman shouted out. The remaining 3 elders all raised their eyebrows, as though they were about to wake up. Pei Ziyun pounced towards one of the elders. The swordsman panicked, and rushed forward without a care for his own safety. However, Pei Ziyun turned around and slashed out with his sword. Pooh! The long sword pierced through his body and came out from his back. The swordsman screamed out in pain and his eyes widened. Blood spurted out from his wound like a fountain. Attack the enemy and attack the reinforcements. Actually, if one were to talk about sword techniques, this swordsman was not bad. However, when it came to the art of war, and to bait the enemy into revealing their weaknesses, he would be able to kill them with a single strike. Pei Ziyun spun around and was about to pounce forward when one of the elders pointed out, "Order." Pei Ziyun grunted as he stumbled back 3 steps. He then threw out his long sword. Pa! The long sword landed heavily on the floating token and hit King Lu's token. A loud boom could be heard as the shadow of a serpent appeared on the altar. The sound of a dragon roaring could be heard as the token exploded. The remaining 3 elders felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Their entire bodies trembled as they spat out blood. One of the elders screamed, "Senior elder, retreat from the spell." 2 elders and a swordsman were left. Pei Ziyun wiped the blood from his lips, and felt his limbs weakening. He could barely muster any strength. He then sighed, "What a pity!" After so many battles, although he had eaten some food, he was like an oil lamp that had run out of oil. His opponents weren't having an easy time either. Once the spell was damaged, the backlash would be felt. If only I had half of my full strength, I would be able to kill them all. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he turned around and rolled on the ground, picking up his sword. At this point, something strange happened. Paradise boom! A small red serpent let out a cry as it struggled for a few moments before dissipating. The moment it dissipated, the true sovereign's imperial edict shone brightly. "I've won on the ground. The dragon chi that you borrowed from King Lu shall dissipate as well. Die." The true sovereign shouted out loudly as the black chi around him dissipated. "Sun, moon, yin and yang, spread my net. Damn it." Seeing this, the Earth Immortal's clone looked up and pointed at the sky. Boom! Instantly, a ball of light rose up from the ground. Paradise had been through so many battles and had become extremely weak. At this point, the ball of light pierced through a hole in the ground and disappeared. Darkness seeped in from the hole in the ground. "True Sovereign, why did you let it go?" someone asked. "Paradise has already suffered great damage. If we continue fighting, even if we kill the clone, Paradise might still collapse." The true sovereign sighed as red chi emanated from his body. The moment it dissipated, the entire paradise started to stabilize. His body started to shrink as well. "I've suffered great damage as well. I have to enter a deep slumber for a period of time to help paradise recover. After fighting for such a long time, Free Cloud sect is exhausted. As he said this, the true sovereign pointed at the sky once more. Besides, the sect leader can't hold on much longer. All these changes happened very quickly. Pei Ziyun had just picked up his sword when the altar behind him exploded. The senior elder spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He didn't advance any further but retreated instead. As the altar exploded, the two elders spat out another mouthful of blood. Pei Ziyun then pounced on them. With a flash of his sword, the two elders were already suffering from the backlash of the attack and had no time to defend themselves. No! When the remaining swordsman saw this, he screamed out like a madman. So many elders had died. If he returned, he would die as well. Hence, he charged forward without a care for his own safety. Pooh! The shadows of the swordsman intersected with each other as a streak of blood appeared on his face. He staggered a few steps before falling to the ground. Hee. Seeing the senior elder's silhouette disappear into the distance, Pei Ziyun laughed out loud. Halfway through his laughter, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you know that I've reached the end of my rope? At this point, it was drizzling and the sky was dark. Pei Ziyun took a few steps back and saw a vast expanse of land. It was as if the battle just now was just a dream. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.